For the first time in modern royal history, the future king has publicly severed ties with a family member still holding royal titles. But the force of William's announcement was not simply in what he said, rather in how he said it: calm, cold, absolute. This was no leaked memo. No, source close to the palace. This was William himself, stepping forward after King Charles transferred full crisis communication authority to him and Catherine, a move that insiders say marked the beginning of a new royal era. And with Charles battling health pressures and a collapsing public trust in Buckingham Palace's old communication style, this shift was more than symbolic. It was strategic. It was survival. 2 nights before William's declaration, Charles signed a private directive at Clarence House, known among aides as the Autumn Mandate. Catherine, Princess of Wales, would assume total authority in handling the fallout from Meghan Markle's resurfacing Epstein-related mentions, the leaked letters, and the rising American media hostility. But in that same directive, William was appointed executor, the man who would speak when the monarchy needed clarity, force, and decisiveness. And on this cold October morning, clarity is exactly what he delivered. Within hours of William's statement, Meghan's familiar narrative machine in California ignited with claims of royal bullying, emotional intimidation, systemic favoritism toward Catherine, unfair cruelty from King Charles. But William, who has spent 5 years refusing to publicly respond to Meghan's provocations, did something unprecedented. He answered, firmly, formally, and devastatingly. Standing before a thinned group of correspondents in the picture gallery, William stated, "No member of this family has bullied Mrs. Markle, and no one has favored my wife at her expense. What has occurred is the consequence of her choices, her actions, and her repeated efforts to undermine the integrity of this institution." Then, in a moment that stunned even senior palace reporters, he went further. "We have evidence of deliberate media manipulation, including paid placements targeting my wife's reputation. These did not originate from misunderstanding, but from intention." Multiple sources later confirmed that William was referencing a series of paid PR articles Meghan commissioned in late 2024, pieces implying that Catherine had weaponized her popularity and that King Charles felt threatened by Meghan's global appeal. Those outlets have since quietly removed the stories. William revealed for the first time that Meghan had privately coordinated with Sarah Ferguson, Fergie, exploiting Fergie's decades-long hurt and resentment toward the monarchy to create informal pressure channels against Catherine during the height of Catherine's cancer recovery in 2024. Attempts to create factions inside this family are unacceptable. Attempts to leverage vulnerable members of this family against others are intolerable. An aide later clarified that Fergie had been emotionally vulnerable and easily influenced, but William's statement made one thing unmistakably clear. Meghan wasn't merely a critic. She was building alliances. William then invoked a name no one expected him to: Prince Andrew. Transparency is not optional. It is required. We applied that standard to the Duke of York, and we will apply the same standard to Mrs. Markle. For a future king to place Meghan in the same sentence as Andrew, the most disgraced senior royal in modern history, was a deliberate act of message setting. The monarchy will protect no one, not even an in-law who still benefits from royal titles. But what sent the room into absolute silence was William's final line on his brother: "I will not respond to any media inquiries regarding the Duke of Sussex, nor will I acknowledge or dignify Hollywood commentary involving him. Future engagement with him will not occur through public channels." William is done. Done protecting. Done explaining. Done waiting. And then came the line that broke whatever remained of the fraternal bond. The crown cannot be pulled into every storm created outside its walls. A direct reference to Harry and Meghan's live-streamed complaints, public accusations, and Hollywood narrative building. In an astonishing shift from protocol, William addressed Archie and Lilibet directly. They are innocent. They deserve stability, dignity, and an upbringing free from public conflict. If safeguarding them requires intervention, this institution will not hesitate. Senior aides immediately clarified this was not a custody threat. It was a declaration of concern and a warning that the monarchy will not tolerate the children being used as media objects. Privately, a source close to William said, "He is heartbroken for those children. They are growing up inside a noise chamber created by their parents. Hashtag Stand With William was trending in the UK. American talk shows exploded in outrage. UK polls showed 72% support for William's stance. Support for Harry and Meghan dropped to 18%, the lowest since 2020. But inside Buckingham Palace, the mood was not celebratory. It was resolute. This was only the beginning. 2 weeks before the public declaration, inside a closed briefing at Windsor Castle, Prince William stood before 8 of the most trusted palace advisors and delivered a sentence that set everything in motion. We can no longer be passive in the face of deliberate sabotage. Those words were not rhetorical. They were operational. At 5:55 p.m. that evening, the royal household activated a confidential strategy operation, internal code name Ivory Shield, to formally prepare for the strategic disassociation of the royal family from Meghan Markle. It was the first time since the abdication crisis of 1936 that a royal communications team invoked full-scale disengagement protocols toward a living member of the House of Windsor. The trigger? A series of newly leaked private messages and correspondence from Meghan, allegedly sent between 2021 and early 2023, surfaced in late September 2025. These documents, according to 2 separate palace officials, not only detailed personal grievances about King Charles's supposed emotional cruelty and disinterest during Meghan's pregnancies, but went further to accuse the king of orchestrating Catherine's public favor at Meghan's expense. Even more damning, the leaks suggested Meghan had contacted 2 US-based media advisors with direct links to Netflix, with one message reading, "If Charles won't protect me, then the narrative will protect me." Within 24 hours of that leak, senior figures within the royal household, spearheaded by Lady Fiona Walsingham, the palace's deputy head of sovereign affairs, held back-to-back briefings with legal counsel and former MI5 risk auditors. The conclusion? Meghan was not just a rogue duchess. She was now a communications threat. On October 9, 2025, King Charles, already battling renewed health issues and facing dwindling approval ratings in the wake of Prince Andrew's housing scandal, made what some called the most significant internal shift since his coronation. In a sealed royal order known as Memo 2485, Charles transferred full public crisis command to the Prince and Princess of Wales. This meant 2 things. William would become the monarchy's sole public voice on all matters involving the Sussexes. Catherine would control all narrative framing, media relations, and audience tone calibration regarding the future of the family's image. This decision, described by an insider as Charles's last clean slate moment, signaled the palace's shift from reactive defense to proactive narrative leadership. William isn't just cleaning up a mess, one former royal communications chief told us. He's drawing a new boundary for the modern crown. Behind the scenes, William had been quietly tolerating Meghan's media provocations for years. But the final straw, according to insiders, wasn't what Meghan did, it was what Harry didn't do. After multiple statements from Meghan framing the palace as racist, elitist, and emotionally abusive, Harry remained publicly silent, but privately compliant. William reportedly reached out to his brother in early October with a firm message. "You know this isn't true. You lived it. You know Catherine has never acted with malice. So why are you silent?" Harry's response, as reported by a palace aide, was cold, because speaking the truth means I lose everything. To William, that was a betrayal too far. He's not protecting her anymore. The aide said he's enabling her. That, say royal observers, is what catalyzed William's pivot from restraint to confrontation. One of the most painful chapters in this unfolding royal rupture is the question of Archie and Lilibet. During his public address, William made clear that the crown had no intention of stripping the children of their rights or dignity, but he also delivered a line that shook audiences. If the cost of silence is the emotional well-being of children, then this silence must end. Multiple sources confirmed that the palace has explored legal avenues to offer guardianship protections for the children in the event of prolonged parental instability or public exposure. While no legal action has been taken, the message to Meghan and Harry was unmistakable. The children are not bargaining chips. As Catherine privately stated to a senior aide, "We will not let those children become characters in a play written for California audiences." One of the more surprising turns came when Prince William publicly acknowledged Sarah Ferguson's role in bolstering Meghan's inner circle. Sources say Meghan and Fergie reconnected discreetly in early 2025 at a charity dinner in Monaco. Over the months that followed, Fergie, feeling increasingly estranged from Charles, and began acting as an informal sounding board for Meghan's frustrations with Catherine and the broader royal structure. But William's team uncovered a series of encrypted messages and communications between Meghan and Fergie, allegedly strategizing a media rollout to discredit Catherine's fragile queen image during her illness recovery period. The exposure of this collaboration triggered Fergie's immediate removal from upcoming royal events and sent a chilling warning to other extended family members. Loyalty is not optional anymore. By the end of October, all palace departments were instructed to remove the Duke and Duchess of Sussex from mailing lists, ceremonial briefings, and diplomatic liaison protocols. The official language used in internal files? Zero access status effective until further notice. But it was William's final internal memo to staff that encapsulated the stakes. The crown cannot be bound by fear of scandal. If we are to be worthy of the public's faith, we must demonstrate discipline, boundaries, and a refusal to enable emotional blackmail. For the first time in decades, the monarchy isn't retreating in silence. It's drawing lines in stone. Just 72 hours after Prince William's thunderous declaration, a new storm began brewing. This time not from Windsor, but from the glittering hills of Montecito. At exactly 8:01 a.m. Pacific Time, a carefully orchestrated media cycle was launched across Los Angeles and New York. Front-page leaks, unnamed insider reports, and a sudden flurry of calls from Meghan Markle's PR firm to Netflix, Spotify, and multiple Hollywood trade outlets. The headline was synchronized. Exclusive: Meghan breaks silence after royal fallout. But Meghan didn't appear in person. Not yet. This was a soft launch retaliation, and it was carefully curated. Sources from within multiple entertainment agencies confirmed that Meghan's team had prepared for this moment for months. The media playbook deployed mirrored the structure of a celebrity crisis recovery package. Deflect, reframe, hint, and monetize. Phase 1. Victimhood and resilience. Journalists received pre-cleared phrases through intermediaries. Meghan feels she was never truly accepted by the Windsor family. There was emotional cruelty behind the scenes, especially during her second pregnancy. Her mental health was dismissed, her ideas minimized. Phase 2, revenge through reinvention. Meghan's team emphasized her next chapter: wellness investments, a new children's book, a potential docuseries on healing generational trauma. The underlying message: she doesn't need the crown. She's building her own. Phase 3, use the children as anchors. The most provocative detail leaked was a quote from a close friend, printed in Variety. All Meghan wants is to raise her children in peace. But when the institution attacks, her instinct is to protect them like any mother would. Within 36 hours, Kensington Palace issued an unusually blunt rebuttal. The Crown categorically denies any claim that seeks to reframe a pattern of deliberate provocation as victimhood. We will not respond further to speculative content promoted for commercial gain. More importantly, William personally instructed legal counsel to initiate preliminary steps for title removal. A highly confidential royal document, known internally as Order W17, was sent to the Privy Council for review. The request: strip the Duke and Duchess of Sussex titles in full. Issue a formal advisory to British embassies worldwide not to recognize Meghan or Harry as working royals in any form. Freeze royal property entitlements, ceremonial listings, and diplomatic access. This wasn't just royal scorn. It was a full constitutional uncoupling. Inside the entertainment world, the reaction was not unanimously supportive of Meghan and Harry. Executives at several major streaming platforms privately admitted royal fatigue among viewers. One veteran dealmaker at a major studio, who had negotiated directly with Meghan's representatives in 2023, told us, "There's only so many times you can burn the same bridge and expect a round of applause. This drama may sell headlines, but it's burning long-term capital." Others were more blunt. William has the global institution. Meghan has Instagram and Oprah. There's no real comparison in gravitas. Still, not everyone turned away. A major book publisher in New York reportedly fast-tracked Meghan's upcoming memoir project, while a podcast production company reopened discussions for a limited series involving untold royal secrets from her perspective. Translation: the media war is just getting started. Back in London, Neither King Charles nor Princess Catherine has made any public comment, but their silence is deliberate. Palace aides confirmed that Charles has authorized William to act on behalf of the sovereign in all communications concerning the Sussexes. This subtle but powerful transfer reinforces the message. The era of royal ambiguity is over. Meanwhile, Princess Catherine has resumed public engagements, notably appearing at a pediatric cancer center in Oxford just 3 days after Meghan's Hollywood leaks. Observers noted her composure, her grace, and her singular, symbolic choice of attire, a brooch shaped like an anchor. Royal fashion analysts called it a subtle message, stability in the storm. One child reportedly asked Catherine if she was okay, referencing media speculation about her health. Her reply? "I'm very well, thank you. We all have to be strong sometimes, don't we?" Those 7 words went viral within hours and were viewed by many as a quiet rebuke to Meghan's public despair narrative. The palace's most devastating signal, however, wasn't directed at Meghan. It was aimed squarely at Prince Harry. In a confidential briefing leaked to the Times, an advisor summarized William's private position. "We can accept grief. We can accept differences. But we cannot accept betrayal. Not after all we've endured." William, in a final note to senior staff, made his personal stance unequivocal. "Harry is my brother, but I will not allow him to use our family name while it is being weaponized against our institutions." That era is over. Insiders say this is the last off-ramp for Harry. If he continues aligning with Meghan's media strategy, he risks losing all official recognition, including royal titles, ceremonial privileges, and, most heartbreakingly, the chance to rejoin any future family legacy projects. As one palace aide put it bluntly, he must choose the drama or the dynasty. As Prince William delivered one of the most forceful rebukes in modern royal history, all eyes turned, naturally, to the woman beside him, Princess Catherine. No longer just the Duchess of Cambridge. No longer just a supportive consort, but the de facto guardian of royal dignity, now stepping into a visible mantle of moral authority once held by Queen Elizabeth herself. And not a single word from her was necessary. Catherine's first public appearance following William's declaration was nothing short of emblematic. She arrived at the St. Bartholomew's Foundation Gala in a minimalist cream gown, with no tiara, no dramatic entrance, just a single white poppy pin to her neckline. The symbolism was unmistakable: peace, remembrance, and restraint. Despite the firestorm swirling around her name, fueled by years of headlines, comparison narratives, and now direct allegations from Meghan's Hollywood sympathizers, Catherine's demeanor remained resolute, kind, and almost surgical in its calmness. One royal correspondent on site noted, "The temperature dropped the moment she entered, not because she was cold, but because she cooled the room with clarity." Insiders have confirmed that the past 6 months have taken an enormous toll on Catherine's well-being. Between caring for her children, supporting Charles during his treatment, and managing a royal calendar now nearly double its usual weight, she has had little space for reflection, let alone retaliation. And yet, when questioned privately about Meghan's accusations of favoritism and bullying within the royal household, Catherine gave a response that stunned even veteran aides. "I forgive her, but I will not absorb her pain as my fault." This statement, shared behind palace walls but soon leaked to the Telegraph, was described as less a denial, more a refusal to be emotionally manipulated. It reflects the new ethos the palace is now embracing under William and Catherine: directness without cruelty, response without drama, and above all, duty over distraction. While King Charles remains monarch in title, it is Catherine, alongside William, who is now wielding the crown's emotional authority. In moments when Charles's health or public sentiment hangs in the balance, it is Catherine who enters the space left behind by Queen Elizabeth, steady, maternal, and unshaken. A veteran royal historian remarked, "In a monarchy built on symbolism, Catherine has become the new center of gravity. And it didn't require a throne, it required trust." The public, it seems, agrees. Polls taken by the Times and YouGov show an overwhelming majority of British citizens, over 76%, now view Catherine as the most trusted royal figure above Charles, William, or even the late Queen's legacy markers. And as one young mother tearfully told reporters after seeing Catherine at a children's hospital, "She doesn't need to speak. She just needs to show up. That's enough for me to believe the monarchy still has a heart. The words came not from anger, but from sorrow, and yet their impact struck harder than any royal decree in living memory. At a closed-door briefing held at Kensington Palace, Prince William made the final, irrevocable move. As of today, he began, the royal family formally and permanently severs all institutional ties with Meghan Markle. And going forward, we will not respond to, endorse, or acknowledge any media or public statements made by her or her representatives under the guise of royalty. It was a line in the sand, and for the first time, it included his own brother. Behind this decision lies a deeply fractured relationship, one that had once been filled with laughter, rugby matches, and wedding speeches. But William, always the pragmatist, had been watching from the shadows as the Sussex brand evolved from sympathetic outcasts into aggressive disruptors. The final straw, a string of leaked production memos and insider testimony revealing Meghan's coordinated effort to pitch a Netflix docuseries where she would reframe royal motherhood by contrasting her own parenting journey with that of Catherine, insinuating favoritism, emotional neglect, and institutional racism. It was Meghan's quiet alliance with Sarah Ferguson, Duchess of York, long estranged from senior royals, that particularly enraged William. According to royal insiders, Ferguson had acted as a strategic advisor to Meghan, leveraging old grudges into new media attacks aimed squarely at Catherine. William reportedly told aides, "That wasn't media strategy. That was warfare." And then came the ultimate betrayal. In a speech delivered in Hollywood, Harry criticized the monarchy's emotional cruelty, directly invoking William's name. Worse still, he implied that William had ignored Meghan's suicidal ideation, a claim that insiders say is not only untrue but deeply misleading given the private medical care Meghan received through palace channels in early 2019. William's response was not rage. It was a strategic detachment. "If Harry chooses to walk a path of distortion, I mourn that choice," he said, "but I will no longer follow behind him cleaning the footprints." But perhaps the most shocking moment came when William turned the discussion to Archie and Lilibet. In a move that stunned even his closest advisors, he stated, "If the environment they are growing up in becomes toxic beyond repair, the crown will offer sanctuary, not as a royal claim, as a duty to two children born into chaos." The statement, though legally symbolic and not enforceable across jurisdictions, was a moral thunderclap. William accused Harry and Meghan of weaponizing their children for public empathy while exposing them to a never-ending storm of scandal, press manipulation, and unstable narratives. He cited examples: their photos being withheld unless media outlets used correct language, conflicting accounts of christening invitations, the use of Lilibet's name, which had deeply hurt Queen Elizabeth in her final months, and most jarring of all, the children had been included by name in scripts pitched to producers in California, according to documents now circulating among royal legal teams. William's quiet fury was palpable. "We lost our mother to a world of flashing lights and broken truths," he said. "I will not watch another generation of children grow up under the weight of someone else's trauma." To underscore the gravity of his words, William invoked the monarchy's response to Prince Andrew, his uncle, long stripped of duties and titles due to scandal. This institution does not reward disgrace with continued privilege. Whether that disgrace is financial or emotional, public or private, the principle remains: no one exploits this crown without consequence. And with that, William formally initiated the revocation process, Meghan's remaining honorary designations to be suspended. The Sussex brand is no longer permitted to appear on royal program literature. Harry's last two military affiliations, held in honor but not in duty, to be reviewed and likely revoked. Even more, William made a quiet but pointed request that Hollywood agencies cease using the term royal when promoting Harry or Meghan unless legally cleared by Buckingham Palace. King Charles, recovering from another round of treatment, issued no immediate statement, but sources say he quietly endorsed the move, acknowledging that the time had come to protect the monarchy from self-cannibalization. Meanwhile, Princess Catherine's support was both subtle and significant. At a youth literacy event the following morning, she read from a children's book titled "The Tree That Stood Alone But Grew Strong." The press interpreted it as a message to Harry. Perhaps it was also meant for William. In the press pen, a reporter whispered, The palace isn't just drawing lines anymore. They're planting roots. As the dust begins to settle around Prince William's unprecedented statement, it becomes clear that the issue at hand was never simply about Meghan Markle. Nor was it just about Prince Harry, nor the string of interviews, documentaries, or tell-all memoirs. This, insiders say, was about restoring a fractured reflection, the royal family's reflection, shattered by years of mistrust, blurred boundaries, and misused visibility. And William? He's not just holding a line. He's rebuilding the mirror. For the past 5 years, the British monarchy has struggled to maintain moral clarity in the age of influencer politics and emotional marketing. From Oprah Winfrey's 2021 interview to the recent Vanity Hollywood Gala speech by Harry, the royal family has been reactive rather than strategic. That changed the moment Charles handed William full authority on public positioning regarding Meghan Markle. This was an act of institutional preservation, says Sir Thomas Redgrave, a former royal press secretary. But more importantly, it was an emotional declaration that the monarchy will no longer allow its image to be hijacked, manipulated, or disrespected. William's tone, direct, almost surgical, signaled a shift from diplomacy to doctrine. And in doing so, he reasserted the principles of merit, responsibility, and earned grace. No more ambiguity about who speaks for the crown. No more passive tolerance of contradictory narratives. No more soft indulgence of external family drama bleeding into the fabric of constitutional stability. Though not the subject of William's press briefing, Catherine's role was impossible to ignore. Time and again, Meghan's grievances, public and private, returned to comparisons with the Princess of Wales. Accusations of favoritism, rumors of rivalry, alleged palace coldness. Yet, Catherine never responded publicly, even as she was blamed for everything from a tear-over-flower girl dresses to symbolic snubs at royal events. Sources close to Kensington say this silence was not passivity. It was protection for her children, for the crown, and for a husband caught between brotherhood and burden. You don't build a future monarchy on noise. One insider remarked, you build it on consistency. And Catherine has been the most consistent figure we've had since the Queen. Indeed, Catherine's recent increase in royal engagements, including stepping into charitable leadership roles previously reserved for the monarch, signals not just survival, but ascension. Her name is now associated with trust, discipline, and international goodwill, especially after her acclaimed diplomacy during the Vatican Summit and her global women's health initiative. And it is this contrast between sustained service and self-authored chaos that William has finally chosen to highlight. William's remarks also included a subtle but powerful warning to entertainment and media empires. No one under the illusion of royalty should be permitted to exploit it without authorization. Titles do not travel where responsibility does not follow. This statement, though polished, was a direct shot across the bow of Netflix, Spotify, Penguin Random House, and every other platform that has benefited from the Sussex story without respecting the crown's legal and symbolic boundaries. William is demanding a new standard. If you're profiting from royal identity, you're either inside the tent or you're not royal at all. Perhaps the most compassionate and controversial element of William's intervention remains his appeal for Archie and Lilibet's protection. While no legal motion has been filed, his public willingness to provide a safe, apolitical, and structured upbringing for the Sussex children, if ever needed, has stirred debate across both British and American audiences. Some see it as a veiled custody challenge. Others as a heartfelt cry to shield innocence from inherited turmoil. Royal historian Dr. Eleanor Barnett believes it is something else. It was an olive branch to the next generation. William isn't trying to steal them. He's trying to give them an option if they grow up and realize fame was their parents' choice, not theirs. It's a moral high ground and a strategic wedge. As this drama recedes from headlines and returns to palace walls, one reality becomes clear: Catherine's influence will only grow. Insiders confirm that King Charles privately told aides he was deeply satisfied with William's tone and fully supports Catherine assuming more symbolic duties, including representation at the Commonwealth Heads Summit and her anticipated speech at the UN Women's Assembly next spring. The message to the world is undeniable. The monarchy is no longer willing to orbit around scandal. It is realigning around service. William's stance, unwavering, exacting, was not an emotional outburst. It was the official act of a man preparing to rule, and perhaps the most consequential moment in it all was what he chose not to say. There was no reference to reconciliation, no hint of eventual return, no room left open for second chances. Just the echo of a man who once called Harry his best friend, now choosing loyalty to legacy over loyalty to blood. If you use the crown to wound it, William said quietly, you forfeit the right to speak in its name. The mirror is restored, the reflection has changed, and the era of indulgence is over.
Prince William did not wait for a convenient moment, nor for the usual palace choreography. He acted, and this morning, that action has become the center of the conversation across Britain, the Commonwealth, and every corner of social media. Viewers, stay with me, because what unfolded inside the royal household through late November is not just a procedural shift. It is a decisive turning point, one that senior insiders call the winter boundary, a line the crown has never drawn so publicly in recent decades. The announcement was released at precisely 6:47 in the morning, and within minutes, phone screens lit up like emergency alerts. A single, uncompromising message from Kensington Palace stated that the Prince of Wales had finalized his position regarding the Duchess of Sussex. No elaboration, no polite qualifiers. The statement landed with the unmistakable weight of something long debated behind closed doors. According to aides close to the prince, this was not a reaction. This was a culmination. For weeks, a series of discreet warnings had been circling the upper levels of royal operations. Unusual patterns in overseas media coverage, a spike in coordinated narratives emerging from American platforms, and what one senior advisor describes as a narrative breach, an organized shift in tone pointing directly towards the Princess of Wales and the Crown's long-term stability. To understand why this morning's message feels so different, you need to hear what insiders have been whispering. Early in November, the palace's digital monitoring team flagged irregularities linking several entertainment outlets to a PR network that had previously surfaced during a high-profile communications clash in the past. Nothing illegal, nothing dramatic at first glance, but the timing raised concern. These narratives kept surfacing just as major royal engagements were underway. According to one communications specialist, it was the overlap that mattered. Narrative overlap never happens accidentally. While this was happening, Foreign Office officials quietly delivered a winter advisory note urging the palace to monitor the escalation more closely. Diplomats had noticed that the transatlantic divide on royal commentary was widening again and could complicate preparations for high-level tours scheduled early next year. The note was phrased with British restraint, but insiders say the message behind it was unmistakable. The crown needed consistency, not another season of competing stories. Princess Anne registered the shift immediately. Staff members close to her say she recognized the signs not because they were loud, but because they were familiar. She had lived through earlier waves of public turbulence and understood the cost of letting a narrative snowball unchecked. Her concern, delivered privately, added pressure to an already tense internal atmosphere. And then the signals accelerated. Coordinated commentary began appearing in American entertainment segments and talk shows, projecting themes that senior aides call structured framing, lines and angles that mirrored earlier cycles surrounding the Duchess of Sussex. The palace did not publicly respond, as expected, but inside Kensington Palace, the briefings became more frequent. The pattern was too consistent, one insider reveals. It felt prepared, it felt timed. As these developments unfolded, William found himself in a position no future monarch seeks, but every future monarch must face, deciding whether silence would protect the institution or endanger it. Anne urged vigilance. The government signaled concern. Even the palace's long-standing media teams began tightening internal reports. The sense of gravity grew by the day. By the final week of November, one conclusion became unavoidable. Stability required clarity, and clarity, according to those close to the decision, meant drawing a line that would not be interpreted as personal conflict, but as institutional protection. This morning's announcement is the first step in that line. And as you're about to see in the next part, it was only the beginning, because what the palace discovered next would turn a tense November into a crisis they could no longer ignore. If you're here right now, do not click away. The next developments explain why insiders describe this as the most consequential winter the monarchy has faced in more than 2 decades. What unfolded in the days after that early morning announcement did not happen in silence, nor in secrecy. It happened in motion, a steady, calculated escalation, tracked carefully by senior aides who had already sensed that something was shifting beneath the surface long before the public realized it. And if part 1 laid out the spark, then what came next revealed the fuse that had been burning for weeks. Insiders say the turning point began quietly, almost too quietly, during the first week of November, when the palace's narrative monitoring unit flagged the first of what would become 3 distinct escalation waves. The pattern was precise: a series of entertainment panels in the United States featuring commentary portraying the Duchess of Sussex as poised for a major reinvention. Nothing unusual on its own, but the timing was peculiar. Each broadcast aligned directly with royal engagements back in Britain. One advisor describes it as shadow timing, where a secondary story repeatedly steals momentum from the primary royal agenda. At that stage, William was still committed to restraint. He believed the turbulence would settle the way previous cycles had. He prioritized the king's schedule, the Princess of Wales's health, and the upcoming diplomatic preparations for early next year. However, what he did not yet realize, though Anne already suspected, was that this shift in tone abroad was not random commentary. It was structured. The second escalation wave raised more eyebrows than the first. Multiple talk shows in the United States began referencing unnamed insiders from Buckingham Palace, claiming disagreements within the Wales household and tension involving the Princess of Wales. For the palace, these claims were not just inaccurate, they were logistically impossible. No such conversations had taken place, no such insiders existed. But the consistency of the wording across different programs suggested shared talking points. A senior communications advisor tells us, once you see identical phrasing repeated across channels that have no official relationship with each other, you stop assuming coincidence. According to this advisor, the palace did not panic, they analyzed. They created a timeline, and for the first time, they began suspecting an organized operation behind the narrative flow. Around this time, Foreign Office diplomats stepped in. A winter note was quietly delivered to senior officials at Buckingham Palace. It was not dramatic, but it was firm. It warned that the widening media divide between Britain and the United States was beginning to influence diplomatic conversations, and that the Crown might soon need a unified narrative strategy to prevent further strain. A government source involved in the drafting describes it as a preventative signal, not a reprimand, but says the message was clear. This was no longer just celebrity commentary. It was becoming a geopolitical distraction. Princess Anne took the development seriously. Those familiar with her approach describe her as someone who does not react easily, but reacts decisively once she does. Anne reportedly reviewed the note herself and requested a series of internal briefings. One aide says, "She knows the structure of royal turbulence better than anyone alive. When she speaks up, you pay attention." William still hoped diplomacy would be enough to stabilize the situation. He avoided confrontation, avoided speculation, and avoided fueling any media circus. But then came the third escalation wave, the one that shifted the palace's posture from monitoring to intervention. This wave centered on a coordinated set of narratives across podcasts, interviews, and lifestyle platforms in the United States. The claim being pushed was that the Duchess of Sussex was preparing to reclaim a humanitarian role she had been prevented from fulfilling in Britain. Again, the phrasing across outlets matched. Again, unnamed palace sources were cited. And again, the timing was precise, aligning with the Princess of Wales's preparations for a key environmental event. Senior staff began to see a pattern that could not be ignored. It was narrative displacement with a timed cycle, explains one digital analyst with direct insight into the reports. Every 72 hours, the focus shifted in a way that eroded the stability of the Crown's messaging. By mid-month, the situation had reached what insiders call a control threshold. That is the moment when the communications team no longer merely tracks a narrative, but predicts its next stage. And the prediction was troubling. Without intervention, the narrative risked expanding into a full-scale holiday season storyline, overshadowing the monarchy's December schedule and complicating the king's already delicate workload. William was briefed on the threshold during a late evening session at Kensington Palace. According to an aide present, this was the first time the prince's expression betrayed the strain. He wasn't angry, the aide recalls. He simply realized this wasn't going to end on its own. But the moment that truly changed everything had not yet arrived. Because what happened next, the emergence of a mysterious dossier, one that senior staff now refer to as the key turning point, would force the royal household into a level of urgency unseen since the early years after 2000. Stay with me, because the dossier did not simply confirm their fears, it exposed the scale of the narrative machine behind them. And its contents are what pushed the monarchy, for the first time this winter, into direct action. The moment the palace moved from concern to alarm came not from a broadcast, not from a social media spike, and not from any anonymous quote on an American panel. It came from an email, a simple production email that landed in the wrong inbox at exactly the right moment. And according to insiders, that accident was what exposed the full scale of the narrative structure that had been quietly forming overseas. Staff members now refer to it as the Winter Dossier, though technically, it had a far more innocuous subject line: seasonal rollout planning. A mid-level advisor at Buckingham Palace opened the file expecting routine logistics for a December program. Instead, what appeared was a multi-page strategy document outlining a coordinated media relaunch centered around the Duchess of Sussex. Not rumor, not speculation. A literal step-by-step framework with phases, messaging pillars, timing windows, and recommended talking points for various platforms. The dossier referenced interviews, op-eds, and scheduled entertainment segments. It was polished, sophisticated, and unmistakably produced by professionals who understood the mechanics of digital storytelling. Insiders who reviewed it described the document as a blueprint, not a pitch. One communications analyst says, "It had the structure of a campaign already in motion, not theory, execution." The timing immediately caused concern. The proposed rollout overlapped with the monarchy's most symbolically significant weeks of the year: the Christmas message, royal visits, charitable initiatives, and long-planned environmental broadcasts led by the Prince and Princess of Wales. The overlap was not subtle, it was intentional. Multiple pages in the dossier outlined moments where the relaunch could intersect with royal coverage to maximize visibility. Intersection, that was the word that troubled senior aides most. Intersection suggested strategy, not coincidence. But the most sensitive element came in the final section of the dossier: an analysis of what the document called narrative vulnerabilities. According to palace insiders who have seen the report, the language was indirect but targeted, focusing on the Princess of Wales's public role. This is the section Princess Anne reportedly read twice. An aide close to her says she went unusually still, a reaction only those who have worked with her for decades can interpret accurately. Stillness, from Anne, signals disapproval of the highest order. Senior staff brought the dossier to William immediately. He received it inside a quiet study at Kensington Palace late in the evening, and according to one witness, he read the entire file without a single interruption. When he finished, he set it down. Not with anger, but with a kind of clarity that unsettled the room. One advisor says, "It wasn't the content itself, it was the confirmation that there was structure behind the noise." While William was processing the dossier, Anne was already preparing her response. Those familiar with her approach explain that she does not escalate lightly. She escalates when the institution itself appears at risk. She requested a private meeting with senior communications heads for the following morning, and the moment she walked in, one aide described her posture as resolute in a way that only someone born into duty can be. But the turning point of this chapter wasn't Anne's reaction, it was Camilla's. Queen Camilla read the dossier later that same afternoon, in the subdued winter light of Clarence House. According to staff, she did not raise her voice or call in advisors. She simply asked for William to be briefed again with full context. And then she sent a message of her own, quiet, direct, and significant. For someone who typically avoids internal conflict, her alignment with William signaled that the matter had officially moved beyond communications and into the realm of royal stability. By this point, Foreign Office officials had reviewed their own assessments and found that the dossier's proposed timeline aligned with their concerns regarding diplomatic planning. It created a rare moment of institutional convergence: palace communications, government advisors, and senior royals all recognizing the same pattern at the same moment. When William reconvened with Anne and Camilla in the early evening, aides say the atmosphere had shifted. There was no debate about whether the dossier represented a challenge. The question was how large that challenge could grow if left unchecked. One advisor summarized the room's tone: "This wasn't about individuals, this was about momentum, and momentum, if not countered, becomes narrative fact." What William did next set the stage for the confrontation that would unfold in the 1844 room. He instructed the communications team to verify the dossier's origin and map it against the previous week's narrative waves. Within hours, analysts confirmed a pattern: messaging windows matched. terminology aligned. The escalation cycle fit the predicted schedule almost precisely. That confirmation was the final signal. And as we move into what came after, the closed-door meeting that insiders are now calling the most consequential internal discussion of the winter, it becomes clear why the dossier was not just a revelation. It was the point where the monarchy understood that this winter's turbulence was not drifting toward them. It was coming for them. The meeting that followed has already entered palace lore. Not because of drama or raised voices, but because of the rare alignment of three figures who almost never stand on the same side of an internal issue. When William, Anne, and Camilla walked into the 1844 room that evening, staff members say the atmosphere changed instantly, as if the temperature itself shifted. Everyone present understood that what was about to happen would shape the crown's approach to the months ahead. The 1844 room has witnessed negotiations with presidents, agreements with prime ministers, and briefing sessions on matters of global security. But insiders say it has rarely hosted a conversation driven so directly by concern for institutional stability. This was not a meeting about public relations. It was a meeting about momentum that had already turned dangerous. William arrived with a folder of printed analyses under his arm. Anne came with handwritten notes. Camilla, unusually quiet, carried no papers at all. She didn't need them. According to staff close to her, she had read the dossier 3 times and understood its implications as clearly as William did. She had lived through a period when public turmoil nearly consumed her role. She knew how fast an unchecked narrative could spiral. The door closed. Senior advisors sat straight-backed, prepared for a long night, and the Prince of Wales opened the discussion with a single sentence that, according to those present, silenced the entire room. "We are here because this has crossed the threshold." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The threshold was the palace's internal marker, the point where monitoring becomes intervention, and everyone in the room understood that crossing it meant there was no returning to silence. The head of the digital monitoring unit began the briefing. Screens lit up with charts illustrating the 72-hour cycles that had driven the November escalation. Aides had mapped each spike of commentary in the United States against key royal engagements in Britain. The pattern was unmistakable. Every time the Princess of Wales prepared for a major appearance, a new narrative wave emerged abroad. Anne leaned forward slightly. One advisor who was present says this was the moment she locked in, the moment she understood that this was no longer a random swirl of external noise. "The structure is too tight," she said quietly. "This is coordinated." Next came the verification of the winter dossier. Analysts confirmed that several phrases found in the document matched the language used by commentators over the preceding 2 weeks. Timing windows, projected peaks, and recommended messaging arcs aligned almost perfectly with what had already unfolded. This was not a concept, it was an active plan. Camilla spoke for the first time then. Her voice, according to advisors, was steady but unusually firm. She said, "Charles has been managing a heavy season. He cannot carry the strain of another narrative upheaval." Those who know her say this was not fear, it was realism. She had seen public storms before. She understood their cost. William listened without interruption. When he finally spoke, he addressed the room with the restraint he is known for, but also with a clarity that advisors describe as unmistakably decisive. "This cannot become our December," he said. "We cannot allow this to dictate our work or weaken the institution while we are trying to modernize." Then came the legal briefing. A senior protocol advisor explained the Crown Operational Protocol, the mechanism that allows the heir to establish boundaries when external narratives threaten the institution's stability. It is rarely invoked, almost never publicly acknowledged, but it exists precisely for moments like this. Anne was the one who broke the silence that followed. According to an insider, she said, "If reinforcement is needed, it should be decisive. Half measures only invite repetition." End quote. Thanks for watching. For someone known for blunt common sense, it was a remarkably sharp endorsement. The final presentation came from the Foreign Office liaison. He confirmed that several diplomatic partners had already noticed the November drift and had quietly asked whether the Crown intended to address it. He warned that failure to establish clarity could complicate early year visits and international negotiations. When he finished, the room fell still. Not frozen, focused. William looked at the dossier once more. He did not look frustrated. He looked resolved. Insiders say this was the moment the decision crystallized. He knew that any action taken would be interpreted through a global lens. He knew the announcement would be dissected, debated, and questioned across continents. But he also knew something else, something the others had already reached themselves. Silence was no longer the safe option. In that room, with the winter wind brushing faintly against the tall windows, the future king understood that drawing a boundary was not a reaction, it was a necessity. What he did next set the clock ticking towards 6:47 in the morning, the moment the world would see the result of this meeting. But before that statement could be crafted, there was one final step: shaping the message with absolute precision, eliminating any ambiguity, and preparing the crown for the impact that would follow. And that step, the overnight decision that transformed a private briefing into a historic declaration, is where the next part of this story begins. The hours leading up to the 6:47 announcement were not dramatic, not chaotic, and not filled with the frantic energy people often imagine. According to insiders, they were marked by an almost unnerving calm, the kind that settles in when a decision has already been made, and all that remains is execution. William, after leaving the 1844 room, returned to his private study and began shaping the statement himself, not delegating, not dictating, writing. A senior advisor describes the scene. He went line by line, removing anything that could be misread. He wasn't trying to deliver emotion. He was trying to deliver clarity. That clarity was essential. If the boundary was even slightly ambiguous, the narrative cycle would simply regenerate the moment it sensed space. The crown needed a message that was firm enough to halt speculation, but measured enough to prevent escalation. Princess Anne arrived at Kensington Palace shortly after 6 in the morning. Her presence wasn't ceremonial. She came to ensure the message reflected the institution's long-term interests rather than short-term frustration. One aide who saw her enter the building said, "She walked in with that unmistakable Anne purpose, focused, steady, prepared." She reviewed the final draft with William and nodded once, nothing more. With Anne, one nod is equivalent to a full endorsement. Then came the moment no one expected. Camilla arriving earlier than planned, wrapped in a dark winter coat, her expression composed but unmistakably resolute. She had already given her support in the 1844 room, but insiders say she wanted William to see that she meant it, fully and without hesitation. According to someone present, she placed a hand on the back of his chair and said quietly, "Your father will understand this." It was not reassurance. It was acknowledgement of a reality she knew Charles himself would face one day. By 6:30, the palace communications team had gathered in an adjacent room, waiting for the final green light. They were prepared for every outcome: public shock, global debate, immediate commentary from American networks. But what they were not prepared for was the simplicity of the statement. As one staffer put it, he didn't want a speech, he wanted a line. William read the final version one last time. No accusations, no personal references, no dramatic language, just a boundary. A professional, institutional, future-facing boundary. At 6:47 exactly, Kensington Palace transmitted the message across its official channels. It took fewer than 60 seconds for British broadcasters to interrupt their schedules. Within 5 minutes, American newsrooms were pulling the story into their late-night coverage. And within 10 minutes, global social media had turned the statement into the leading headline of the morning. The most widely quoted line was this: "The Prince of Wales has determined that there will be no future coordination or engagement with the Duchess of Sussex." Analysts immediately noted what was missing. There was no phrase commonly included in palace statements, no suggestion that the matter could be revisited in the future. That absence told the story. According to a senior royal correspondent, when the palace removes the phrase "subject to review," it means the position is final, not temporary, final. Reactions across Britain were immediate. Some expressed relief, saying the crown needed stability. Others expressed sadness that the situation had reached this point at all. Overseas, particularly in the United States, the mood was more conflicted. Commentators speculated about the long-term impact, while others questioned what had led William to make the strongest institutional move of his public life. Meanwhile, inside Clarence House, Charles received the announcement from his private secretary. Those close to the king say his reaction was quiet, reflective, and tinged with a kind of sorrow only a father can feel, but also with understanding. He had always taught William that leadership sometimes demands choices that cannot please everyone. And for William, this was not a moment of triumph. It was a moment of necessity, a boundary drawn not out of bitterness, but out of responsibility. Yet, as we move into the next part of this unfolding winter chapter, one thing becomes clear. Drawing the line was only phase one. The real challenge would come in the hours and days that followed, when the crown would have to steady itself under the weight of the world's reaction and prepare for what the dossier had warned about next. In the hours after the announcement, the palace shifted into what insiders describe as controlled recalibration, a quiet, disciplined effort to stabilize the institution after the most definitive boundary set by a future king in more than 2 decades. There was no urgency, no scrambling, no chaos. Instead, staff moved with the steady precision of a team that had prepared for this moment long before it arrived. The objective was clear: reinforce calm, restore order, and ensure the crown's December schedule remained untouchable. The communications office updated internal briefing notes for embassies and diplomatic partners. The Foreign Office issued guidance instructing officials to direct all questions to a standard response that simply stated, "The matter is closed." For the first time in weeks, advisors felt the air shift from tension to direction. One aide put it plainly, "We finally had a line to stand behind." Princess Anne returned to her engagements with unmistakable determination. Observers noted the confidence in her stride, the posture of someone who had warned early, acted early, and watched the institution respond exactly when it needed to. Camilla spent the afternoon out of the public eye, reflecting quietly. Those close to her say she felt a mixture of relief and inevitability. She understood the emotional cost of public storms, and she understood the value of ending one before it fully formed. At Clarence House, the king absorbed the news in a measured silence. He knew the pain of fractured narratives. He knew how deeply public scrutiny can wound a family. But he also knew what leadership demands. Those in the room describe him as composed, if solemn. It was never the outcome he hoped for, but it was one he understood. Across Britain, reactions remained divided but passionate. Some callers on afternoon radio praised the clarity, calling it a long overdue step towards stability. Others expressed sadness that the rift had reached this point at all. Meanwhile, in the United States, commentators debated the implications for the royal family's global image, with analysts split between viewing the announcement as strategic discipline or emotional closure. The divide itself underscored exactly what the dossier had predicted: 2 nations, 2 narratives. But as night settled over London and the palace lights glowed against the cold, something new emerged: stillness. For the first time in weeks, the story no longer felt like it was spiraling. The monarchy had redrawn its boundaries, reinforced its message, and restored a degree of calm that had been slipping away since early November. This wasn't triumph, it wasn't defeat, it was a reset. And while the narrative cycle may continue overseas, the crown has sent its clearest signal yet. Stability takes precedence over sentiment, and clarity is sometimes the only way to protect the future. Before we close this chapter, thank you for staying with me through this unfolding winter story. If you want to follow every update, analysis, and behind-the-scenes insight as this situation develops, make sure you subscribe, leave your thoughts below, and stay tuned, because in the world of royal dynamics, the story never truly ends.
The sky over Los Angeles wasn't red, it was burning. Entire neighborhoods disappeared behind walls of flame as emergency crews raced from one collapsing fire line to the next. In a single night, the world's most famous city looked less like a symbol of glamour and more like the front line of a climate war no one was winning. And as the smoke drifted north, so did the political shockwaves. Because while Californians fought for their homes, Donald Trump made a statement that ignited an entirely different kind of firestorm, this one across the border in Canada. At a January rally, he looked into the cameras and said Canada had a giant faucet up north, a massive water tap that could simply be opened to send water flowing down to drought-stricken California. To millions of Americans frustrated by heat waves, dry reservoirs, and failing crops, the line sounded almost reassuring. A simple fix, a neighborly solution, just turn the handle. But in Canada, it was the opposite. It was an alarm bell. To Ottawa, Trump's comment didn't sound like policy, it sounded like possession. It turned Canada's most sacred natural resource, its rivers, lakes, and snow-fed watersheds, into something transactional, something Washington believed it could claim in a moment of desperation. And for a country built around conservation, stewardship, and a deep cultural reverence for water, that one-word faucet hit like a slap. Because behind it was a message Canada had been hearing more often: that the United States no longer saw them as an equal partner, but as a reservoir waiting to be tapped. And as wildfires raged in the south and political rhetoric escalated in the north, one question began to surface with dangerous clarity. What happens when a superpower starts eyeing its neighbor's water as the next strategic resource? In the days after Trump's faucet remark, something shifted quietly but unmistakably in Washington. Without holding a press conference or issuing a formal explanation, U.S. officials placed an unexpected freeze on negotiations to modernize the Columbia River Treaty, a cornerstone agreement that has governed cross-border water flows and hydroelectric cooperation for more than half a century. The talks had been progressing under President Biden, with both sides signaling optimism. Under Trump's return, that optimism evaporated almost overnight. Canadian officials noticed first. Then they connected the dots. The pause didn't look like a bureaucratic delay. It looked like leverage. And when whispers began circulating that new tariffs on Canadian exports were being considered, Ottawa realized the United States was preparing to turn water, once a shared responsibility, into a bargaining chip. British Columbia's Energy Minister, Adrian Dix, didn't hold back. Standing before a row of microphones, he condemned what he called a wave of vicious anti-Canadian attacks and warned that weaponizing trade to gain access to Canadian water would trigger a backlash far greater than Washington expected. His tone reflected something deeper than politics. A cultural line crossed, a national boundary tested. But it was Prime Minister Mark Carney who delivered the message that truly crystallized Canada's stance. In an unusually blunt address from Parliament Hill, Carney declared that water was not a commodity, not a political tool, and certainly not a foreign policy concession. It was a pillar of Canadian sovereignty, an inheritance of geography, history, and identity that no government would ever negotiate under pressure. Carney's speech struck like a thunderclap. Within hours, the story dominated Canadian media. Analysts called it the strongest public defense of water rights in modern Canadian history. Citizens flooded social platforms with messages of support, accusing Washington of entitlement and warning that Canada's rivers were not for sale. What began as a careless line at a rally had spiraled into a diplomatic confrontation, and with treaty negotiations frozen, trade tensions rising, and anger hardening on both sides of the border, one thing became clear. This wasn't just a dispute about water. It was the beginning of a new era in North American power politics. South of the border, the crisis that fueled Trump's rhetoric was growing darker by the day. California, once the pride of American agriculture and a symbol of endless prosperity, was drying out in real time. Reservoir levels that had supported tens of millions of people for generations had fallen to historic lows. The Colorado River, the lifeline of the American West, was shrinking so quickly that satellite images looked like before and after photos of a vanished civilization. Fields turned to dust. Orchards died standing. Entire counties began drilling deeper and deeper wells, only to hit saltwater or collapsing aquifers. For years, policymakers tried to downplay the emergency, but by 2024, the veneer of control cracked. Water wasn't a policy issue anymore, it was a survival crisis. Former International Joint Commission official Rob Sisson put it bluntly in an interview that ricocheted across U.S. media. Water security in California is national security for food, health, and the country itself. And that's where desperation began, feeding into geopolitics. Because as America's most fertile state edged toward collapse, Washington started searching for solutions outside its borders. Every potential fix came with problems. Desalination plants burned through billions, yet produced only fractions of what the state needed. Groundwater pumping created sinkholes and structural instability. Water transfers between states sparked lawsuits, protests, and political standoffs that froze cooperation. America was running out of water and out of time. That's when analysts began revisiting Trump's remark, not as an offhand insult, but as a window into a strategic mindset. The Columbia River system supplies almost 40% of America's hydroelectric power, but much of that water starts in Canada. To a nation staring down a future of scarcity, that upstream reality wasn't just geographic, it was geopolitical leverage they didn't control. And as America's drought worsened, the idea of Canadian water stopped being a hypothetical. It became something else, a pressure point, a vulnerability, a resource Washington increasingly felt entitled to. Canada saw the shift long before Americans admitted it, and that realization would shape what Ottawa did next. Ottawa didn't wait for Washington to make the next move. The freeze on the Columbia River Treaty, the tariff threats, and the increasingly casual American rhetoric about Canadian water had revealed something deeper. The United States no longer viewed Canada as a partner, but as a reservoir. And if Canada didn't redefine the terms of engagement now, it would soon be negotiating from a position of weakness. So Ottawa pivoted quietly, strategically, and with a precision that caught even seasoned analysts off guard. Instead of debating water exports or entering reactive diplomacy, Canada began reshaping its economy around something far more powerful than raw resources: control over water-based innovation. Ministries across British Columbia, Quebec, Alberta, and the Maritimes were instructed to accelerate investments in water tech infrastructure. The goal wasn't to sell water. The goal was to build an economic fortress around it. Behind closed doors, policymakers called it the water tech doctrine. Smart irrigation networks powered by AI were deployed to protect agricultural output. Advanced water recycling systems, once niche environmental projects, became national priorities. Research funding poured into precision hydrology, glacier monitoring, and clean tech hydroengineering. Even Canada's dam management protocols were upgraded with real-time data analytics to optimize flow and protect biodiversity. What looked from afar like environmental stewardship was something else entirely. Canada building an economic moat around the very resource Washington was eyeing. And the message was subtle but unmistakable. If the United States wanted access to the future of water, it wouldn't be through extraction or pipelines. It would be through Canadian expertise, Canadian technology, and Canadian systems on Canada's terms. The pivot wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, but it was a turning point, because for the first time, Canada wasn't just defending its rivers, it was weaponizing its mastery of water management, transforming national identity into national strategy. And that strategy was about to reshape the continent. Canada's pivot around water management did more than protect its sovereignty. It unlocked a transformation that had been years in the making, one the world had largely overlooked until the United States pushed too hard. As Washington battled internal chaos and climate emergencies, Ottawa began stitching together the foundations of a new economic identity, a nation powered not by extraction, but by sustainable strength. By 2023, nearly a third of all foreign direct investment flowing into Canada targeted green and sustainable projects, a six-fold surge in just 3 years. Investors weren't guessing. They were following signals: stability, predictability, and a clean energy grid unlike anything in the G7. With 82% of its electricity coming from renewable sources, Canada suddenly offered what every modern manufacturer craved: cheap, reliable, and green power. That advantage echoed across the provinces. In Ontario and Quebec, global automakers began anchoring their EV and battery supply chains around hydro-powered industrial corridors. In British Columbia, clean tech firms specializing in water treatment, recycling, and precision agriculture positioned themselves as world leaders. Even Alberta, long associated with oil, accelerated its diversification into green hydrogen and carbon capture. But the real inflection point came with the Canada-EU Green Alliance, a landmark agreement that turned environmental credibility into economic currency. The deal granted Canadian exporters a privileged bridge into Europe's rapidly expanding clean tech market, precisely as the United States erected tariff walls and retreated into isolationism. While Washington debated crisis responses, Canada was designing the future. Its trade networks now stretched into markets representing 60% of global GDP. Its environmental standards aligned with global expectations. Its water tech innovations became the backbone of new international partnerships. Ottawa didn't need to shout about its rise. The world was already watching. In a continent shaken by drought, fire, and political volatility, Canada's calm wasn't a weakness. It was a strategic asset, and one transforming quiet confidence into quiet power. As Canada methodically built its new green industrial backbone, Washington doubled down on the only tool it felt still carried weight: tariffs. The logic was simple: pressure Canada economically, extract leverage diplomatically, and force Ottawa back to the negotiating table over water. But every tariff the United States launched seemed to misfire, ricocheting across supply chains in ways American strategists hadn't fully anticipated. The first cracks appeared in the auto sector. When Washington slapped new duties on Canadian metals and components, U.S. automakers responded not by reshoring their supply chains, but by shifting future investments northward. They needed stable electricity, predictable policies, and access to green credits advantages the U.S. grid and regulatory climate simply couldn't match, and Canada offered all of them. Then came the battery shock. In a development that stunned analysts, Bloomberg NEF ranked Canada, not the United States, not China, not South Korea, as the top country in the world for future battery supply chain potential. The reason was as simple as it was strategic: clean energy, abundant critical minerals, and a government willing to invest billions where Washington debated endlessly. Within months, more than $46 billion USD in private investment poured into EV and battery plants across Ontario and Quebec. These weren't symbolic projects, they were long-term infrastructure commitments from global giants betting on Canada as a manufacturing anchor for the next half-century. What was meant to weaken Ottawa had instead strengthened it. American tariffs turned into a gravitational force, pulling capital, talent, and technological ecosystems northward. Instead of isolating Canada, Washington's pressure accelerated its rise. And with every new plant announcement, every green tech partnership, every international alliance signed outside America's orbit, the geopolitical balance of the continent shifted a little further. America First, in practice, was becoming Canada Ascendant, a reversal no strategist in Washington had anticipated, yet one they were increasingly forced to acknowledge. Canada wasn't just weathering the storm, it was turning the storm into momentum. As North America's political tension deepened, the rest of the world began paying attention not to the insults, not to the tariffs, but to the resource at the center of it all. Water, once treated as an afterthought in geopolitics, was now revealing itself as the defining power variable of the 21st century. And in a planet growing hotter, thirstier, and more unstable each year, the nation with the cleanest, coldest, and most abundant reserves wasn't a military giant or an oil titan. It was Canada. Across Europe, droughts had pushed rivers so low that commercial shipping stalled. In the Middle East, aquifer depletion triggered agricultural collapse and mass migration. In Asia, megacities fought over shrinking reservoirs. The world was beginning to understand what Canada had quietly protected for generations. Water is destiny, and the countries that steward it will become the anchors in an age of scarcity. This global awakening reshaped foreign policy overnight. Brussels fast-tracked environmental and trade alliances with Ottawa. Tokyo expanded climate tech collaborations, seeing Canada's water governance model as a blueprint for its own resilience planning. Even Delhi, facing record heat waves, sought joint research agreements on glacier preservation and watershed management. While the United States wavered between crisis response and political turbulence, Canada was signing deals, creating corridors of cooperation, and becoming a hub for green diplomacy. Analysts began calling it the biggest soft power shift since the rise of oil in the 20th century. Only this time, power didn't roar from pipelines or refineries. It flowed quietly through rivers, reservoirs, and rain-fed forests. Canada's advantage wasn't just abundance. It was discipline, its unwavering stance that water was a public trust, not a commodity. And in a world where stability itself had become a rare resource, that discipline turned into influence. Nations looked to Ottawa not just for technology or trade access, but for something more intangible: leadership. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, the global balance of power began to tilt toward the country that guarded the source rather than the country that demanded the flow. In the end, the entire crisis circled back to the moment it began. A wildfire choked California, a desperate nation staring into a future of thirst, and one offhand remark from Donald Trump that echoed far louder than anyone expected. He called Canada a faucet, an image so casual, so dismissive, that it lit up an entire country overnight. But months later, as the dust settled and the geopolitics hardened, the metaphor revealed something deeper. Because Canada is not a faucet, it is the source. The rivers Trump wanted to redirect aren't pipes. They are ancient, glacier-fed arteries carved over millennia. They shape ecosystems, power grids, and indigenous homelands. They define borders, economies, and identities. They are not handles to be turned based on the political mood of the moment. And that is what Washington never anticipated. As the United States scrambled to respond to drought, internal division, and collapsing infrastructure, Canada moved with quiet precision, transforming water from a vulnerability into a strategic shield, then into an engine of national renewal. While America fought crises, Canada built alliances. While Washington tried to impose pressure, Ottawa converted pressure into power. The world watched the contrast unfold. One nation burned, grasping for solutions. The other flowed steady, deliberate, unyielding. But the real story isn't about treaties, tariffs, or even Trump's remark. It's about something much larger: the emergence of water as the central force shaping global politics. Oil defined the last century. Water will define the next. And the country that guards the source does not just gain protection, it gains influence. And that leads to the question the world is beginning to whisper, the question that will shape the geopolitics of the century ahead. In an era shaped by scarcity, who truly holds power? The nation that builds the dams, or the nation that owns the rivers? Thank you for watching. If this story opened your eyes, tap like and subscribe. Every click helps bring truth to the surface.
It began with a slip of the tongue. But by the end of that October afternoon in Singapore, the Queen's mask had fractured. The serene public face that Camilla had spent 2 decades carefully crafting melted, exposing, for just a few moments, something far more raw: jealousy, fear, and rage. Queen Camilla, standing just feet away from her husband, King Charles III, and his sister Princess, and had just endured what insiders now describe as the first of 3 humiliations, each one chipping away at her sense of control, each one reinforcing the same truth she had fought so hard to bury. Diana's shadow was still very much alive. And worse, it was blooming. The tropical air hung warm and sweet, with the scent of orchids. Cameras flashed, umbrellas tilted, and diplomatic staff flanked the edges of the famed VIP orchid naming walkway, a corridor of glass-paneled orchid displays dedicated to visiting dignitaries. Past guests had included everyone from Barack Obama to Emperor Naruhito. But today, the stars were the British royals. It was meant to be a light, graceful stop on the monarchy's goodwill tour through Southeast Asia. But as Queen Camilla stepped into the orchid pavilion beside her husband, and the atmosphere shifted, a young Singaporean guide, nervous but enthusiastic, gestured proudly toward the floral trio near the entrance. Here we have 3 of our most cherished blooms, named after King Charles, Queen Diana, and Princess Camilla. A pause, a collective intake of breath, and the Queen froze. The silence was deafening, and his head snapped toward the guide with a sharp wince. Charles blinked slowly but said nothing. The aide's smile faltered, and Camilla, stone-faced, lips pressed tight, did not correct him. She didn't need to. Her eyes, dark with restrained fury, said everything. The guide, realizing his error, tried to recover. I meant Queen Camilla and Princess Diana, of course. But the damage was done. The unintended elevation of Diana to Queen and Camilla to Princess, in front of cameras, diplomats, and a garden full of rare orchids, wasn't just a misstep. To Camilla, it was a betrayal by fate itself. In a subtle but telling gesture, she turned her back slightly toward the Dendrobium Diana orchid and moved swiftly ahead, choosing to linger instead beside her own floral namesake. When staff invited the royal trio for a photo with all three orchid breeds, a celebration of British royal femininity, the host had said, Camilla declined. Twice, a veteran photographer later described her posture as a statue trying not to shatter. It might have passed as an awkward but forgettable moment if it weren't for what came next. 2 nights later, at a private event hosted by the British Council Singapore at the Capital Kempinski Hotel, Princess Anne, known for her dry wit and absolute lack of filter, was asked about highlights on the trip during a cultural panel on UK-ASEAN diplomacy. With a casual chuckle and no script in hand, she recalled, "Well, the Botanic Gardens are always a joy. I think Charles has 3 orchids named after him now. Or is it 2? Camilla's got 1. And of course there's Diana's. Always steals the spotlight, doesn't she?" The room laughed. But somewhere in the dim back row, Queen Camilla's clenched jaw was unmistakable to those who knew her. Her private secretary, seated beside her, made a quick note. Something had changed. Upon returning to London, Camilla canceled 3 internal briefings and 1 scheduled public appearance at a hospital children's wing in Surrey, citing exhaustion. But senior aides whispered otherwise. One insider described her mood as combustible. Another said, "She didn't speak for an entire hour on the flight home, not even to the king. That never happens." In private, Camilla reportedly expressed anger that had made light of a sensitive topic and accused royal aides of failing to protect her from public embarrassment. But the truth was simpler and more painful. The entire situation had unearthed an old insecurity, the unspoken reality that no matter how many titles she wore, Camilla would never replace Diana in the hearts of the public, nor escape being compared to her. And the comparisons weren't over. The second blow, far more personal, was coming. Just days after the orchid incident, William and Catherine appeared at a charity event at the Royal Marsden Hospital in London. They had expected a routine engagement, a feel-good moment for the cameras. But the host, an experienced broadcaster, ended with a curveball. "There's been a great deal of chatter about a 4th baby for the Wales family. Any thoughts you'd like to share with us today?" William smiled. He looked at Catherine, who gave the slightest nod. Then he said, "Well, my father always used a joke that 3 is sensible, but 4 is legacy. He used to say Charlotte could use a sister. It started as a joke, but we know now he meant it." Then, pausing briefly to meet the gaze of the cameras, William continued, "Catherine's doing very well. She's healthy. We're ready, and yes, our family is growing." A polite round of applause followed. But for one person watching the rebroadcast at Clarence House, the applause felt like a slap. The segment aired internationally within hours. Social media exploded, but it was the briefest moment, just seconds, that created a sensation. A lip reader analyzing behind-the-scenes footage caught Charlotte whispering excitedly to her mother, "If it's a girl, can we name her Diana?" The camera didn't catch Catherine's answer, but it didn't need to. By the next morning, newspapers were already speculating. "Wales baby might be named Diana," screamed one headline. Another went further. "Charles's secret wish realized. A new Diana for a new generation?" Camilla's fury, according to staff, was volcanic. One aide described the Queen Consort as unreachable for an entire day. Another was seen hastily exiting her office in tears. And within 48 hours, Camilla made a move no one expected. When Queen Camilla returned to London after the Southeast Asia tour, royal insiders expected the palace to resume its predictable rhythm: diplomatic lunches, ceremonial meetings, curated appearances. Instead, something had shifted. Behind closed doors, the Queen Consort, still fuming over what she privately referred to as the Diana incident, set into motion a sequence of covert retaliations and internal signaling that made one thing perfectly clear. She was no longer going to smile through the pain. The trip to Singapore was supposed to showcase unity. It did the opposite. By October 26, 2025, just 5 days after the misnaming scandal at Singapore Botanic Gardens and Princess, Anne's off-the-cuff remark about Diana's enduring spotlight, Camilla had effectively gone silent within Clarence's house. Staff reported missed briefings. Communications aides were told she was resting, but emails suggested otherwise. Then came a private memo, distributed through back-channel channels to senior palace aides, especially those connected to press and event logistics. Sources close to the planning team for the upcoming Royal Christmas Speech 2025 say the memo requested that public references to Princess Diana be tactfully minimized in all royal press materials through the end of the year. The memo didn't carry Camilla's signature, but everyone knew where it came from. It was worded like a communication strategy, one aide admitted, but the subtext was ice cold. It was damage control, and it was personal. Meanwhile, King Charles, ever the mediator, attempted to maintain a veneer of harmony. He reportedly invited William and Catherine to join him and Camilla for a private dinner at Birkhall, the Scottish royal retreat near Balmoral, in early November. The dinner never happened. William declined politely, citing scheduling issues. Catherine was said to be resting, but within courtier circles, the message was received. The House of Wales had chosen distance. Camilla, frustrated at being stonewalled by the younger royals, turned her irritation toward Anne. According to two sources, she privately reprimanded her sister-in-law during a closed-door meeting at Clarence's house, saying, "I won't be made a fool of in public, especially not over ghosts." And, predictably unmoved, is said to have responded, "Well, Camilla, the public decides who haunts them, not us." It was not the reconciliation Charles had hoped for. On November 9th, William and Catherine made an appearance on a BBC documentary special commemorating the 30th anniversary of Princess Diana's landmine campaign, a cause now carried forward by George and Charlotte through school initiatives. The program had been long in production, but the timing could not have been more unfortunate for Camilla. Toward the end of the broadcast, the host asked William a seemingly gentle, off-topic question. "There have been whispers about baby number 4. Anything you'd like to share?" What followed was a moment that would ripple across the monarchy. William smiled softly and replied, "Let's just say my father always believed for made a complete family. He joked that Charlotte deserved a sister, but I think it was more than a joke." Catherine added, "We're healthy, we're happy, and we're hopeful. That's all we'll say for now." But they said more than they realized. Within hours, social media and media headlines reignited rumors of a new royal baby, and for the first time, tied it directly to King Charles's private longing. King's wish for fourth Wales baby confirmed, one tabloid blared. Camilla reportedly watched the interview alone in her private drawing room. When a courtier entered to deliver correspondence, she said nothing, just stared /D silently at the muted television. Later that day, she canceled her scheduled visit to a veterans center in Hampshire. The public reason: emergency schedule adjustments. But those close to her said she was visibly upset, repeatedly referencing the phrase public staging. Annie appeared at the cenotaph in London wearing a single white poppy, a break from the traditional red. She placed her wreath beside Prince William's with serene composure. In her hand was a white clutch bag with gold embroidery, later confirmed to contain a folded note written by Charlotte. When cameras zoomed in, photographers captured part of the note peeking out. The visible line read, "For baby Diana, with love from your big sister." The internet erupted, and so did Camilla. While Clarence's house refused to comment, a former press aide confirmed the Queen was incandescent. One source described her reaction as a hurricane contained inside crystal walls. "She slammed a vase against the fireplace mantel," said one eyewitness. "That hasn't happened in years." The Queen's press secretary immediately launched a review of all personal correspondence between the Wales family and select press outlets. The intent? To identify how a private note had been seen. But the truth was simpler. The name had never been secret. It had been whispered since Singapore. It had been growing in the public's imagination. Now it was confirmed. On November 13th, Camilla took a rare step. She demanded a private meeting with King Charles's most senior communications officer. In that room, according to internal leaks, she questioned whether too much of the institution's public image was now revolving around one side of the family. She was referencing the Waleses, and everyone knew it. She also asked whether it was possible to formally reassert protocol boundaries around baby naming rights, or whether it would be viewed as interference. The answer was diplomatic but clear. It would backfire catastrophically. "We can't tell the future king and queen what to name their child, ma'am," the advisor said, especially not when the name already has public goodwill. Camilla left the meeting with her fists clenched. By November 15th, Camilla made one final move that stunned palace insiders. She withdrew from the upcoming joint Christmas broadcast, the one traditionally filmed with senior royals for BBC One. It was the first time a queen consort had refused to appear alongside her stepchildren in decades. The official reason? Scheduling differences. But behind palace walls, no one believed it. And as the day of the official name announcement loomed, Queen Camilla remained behind closed doors, silent, watching, waiting. But the storm around her was only just beginning. Charlotte's wish, Catherine's decision, and the public coronation of baby Diana. It wasn't supposed to be official. At least not yet. But what began as an innocent handwritten note from a big sister transformed into the most powerful royal name revealed in a generation. And unintentionally, a coronation of legacy that struck Queen Camilla like thunder. On the morning of November 11th, 2025, Remembrance Day in London, Princess Catherine stood before the cenotaph, composed, elegant, and deeply symbolic. She wore a single white poppy, a rare break from tradition that instantly drew headlines. But what truly captured attention wasn't her outfit. It was the envelope in her hand, pale ivory with delicate gold trim. It peeked from beneath her clutch just enough to catch the cameras. Zoom lenses revealed part of the inscription, written in a child's rounded handwriting. "For baby Diana, with love from your big sister." By that evening, the photo had gone viral. The public didn't need a press release. They had their confirmation. It was Princess Charlotte's quiet wish that made history. According to a close friend of the family, Charlotte had been the first to suggest a name in a private bedtime conversation weeks earlier. She told her mother she wanted a sister, just like Granny Diana, someone to tell stories to and share secrets with. Catherine was moved. William, too. They had long discussed the name, hesitantly at first, worried it would be seen as provocative. But hearing it from Charlotte reframed everything. It wasn't a political decision. It was a daughter remembering the grandmother she never met, yet somehow already loved. And once Charlotte wrote the name into a note for her mother to carry, "For courage," she said, there was no turning back. The name Diana began trending worldwide within hours. News anchors used terms like emotional vindication, a royal full circle, and a name reborn. Social media lit up with tributes, old photos, and side-by-side comparisons of Catherine and the late Princess of Wales, both seen as maternal figures of quiet strength. Even traditional monarchists, who had once bristled at Diana's rebellious streak, expressed warmth. "The name feels earned. It feels like healing," wrote one Times columnist. Catherine has managed to do what no one else could, reintroduce Diana into the royal family without chaos. But inside Camilla's private quarters, the mood was far from celebratory. According to one courtier, Camilla refused to speak to anyone that entire evening, retreating to her sitting room with her dogs and a decanter of red wine. When Charles tried to broach the subject gently, she reportedly cut him off. "So now we have a new Diana, just what the world needed." She didn't say another word for hours. The morning after the Remembrance Day shock, royal reporters crowded outside Kensington Palace, expecting an immediate clarification. They needed a statement. Was the note real? Was the name truly Diana? Was a fourth royal baby officially on the way? But instead of a press conference, the palace gave them silence. And that silence, carefully orchestrated, perfectly timed, became the most powerful statement of all. Because while Clarence House panicked behind the scenes, Kensington Palace had already shifted into a different gear. They weren't reacting. They were positioning. They were shaping a future that would belong not to scandal, but to legacy. And at the center of it all was Princess Catherine. On November 12, 2025, hundreds of journalists received an embargoed advisory from the Palace Communications Office. It was expected to contain guidance about the viral note. Instead, it was one sentence. The Prince and Princess of Wales have no further comment at this time. No denial, no clarification, no attempt to walk anything back. To the public, the message was almost tender, protective, even. To insiders, it was strategic genius. Catherine's gesture at the cenotaph had already won the world's sympathy. Issuing a sterile explanation would only dilute that emotional impact. Kensington Palace chose resonance over protocol. And in that void, narratives bloomed. Narratives Catherine never spoke. But everyone understood. A new Diana was coming. A new chapter for the monarchy was forming. And Catherine, quietly, gracefully, had become an architect. Within 24 hours, British morning programs turned into panel discussions about soft power, emotional monarchy, and the future of House Wales. Royal correspondents noted something that had been building for years, but had never been this visible. Catherine's influence had become more culturally powerful than any official title could define. Her appearances, rare but unforgettable, generated more coverage than most state visits. Her humanitarian initiatives, especially those involving early childhood development, were respected globally. Her public image was untouchable, her approval ratings consistently eclipsing every other royal. Even King Charles privately acknowledged, in a handwritten note seen by aides, Catherine holds the emotional crown of this family. But those words were salt to Camilla. By mid-afternoon on November 12th, tension inside Clarence House had reached a boiling point. While the king held meetings with foreign secretaries, Camilla summoned her closest communications team for what one attendee described as a reprimand disguised as a strategy session. Her voice stayed low but sharp. We cannot let the entire institution become a shrine to Diana again. One aide, attempting diplomacy, replied, "Ma'am, the public sees this as a tribute, not a replacement." Camilla cut them off. Tributes grow roots. Roots overshadow. And I will not be overshadowed. Her fear was not irrational. It was historical. For decades, Diana had remained the monarchy's eternal heartbeat, its rebellious saint, its wounded angel. And now, through her son and his wife, through Charlotte's note and the whisper of a fourth baby, Diana had re-entered royal narrative without permission, and Camilla felt the palace slipping through her fingertips. While Clarence House scrambled, Catherine appeared that same evening at the Royal Foundation's Early Years Summit, an event she had agreed to months earlier. She stepped onto the stage in a pearl-white tailored dress, calm, composed, radiant. Every camera in the room zoomed in. If she felt the pressure of the global speculation swirling around her, she didn't show it. Instead, she delivered a keynote that would be replayed across news networks for days. She spoke about childhood belonging, emotional resilience, and the importance of names that carry stories, hopes, and inherited courage. To the public, it was an inspiring speech. To royal watchers, it was a signal. To Camilla, it was a challenge. And Catherine didn't once mention the baby. She didn't need to. What happened next is what historians will likely record as a turning point in modern royalty. In less than 48 hours, Catherine had silenced the press without silencing public affection, elevated a family moment into a national emotional event, reframed the legacy of Diana into a healing narrative, not a dividing one, shifted royal gravity from titles to sentiment, from hierarchy to connection. Political analysts began calling it the Catherine model, a monarchic evolution built not on decrees or dominance, but on authenticity and emotional resonance. Even international media joined in. A French outlet wrote, "Catherine does not wield power, she becomes it." A Japanese newspaper put it more poetically, "Where Catherine walks, the monarchy breathes." This was everything Camilla feared. On November 13th, perhaps hoping to regain footing, Camilla made an unexpected decision. She announced a spontaneous visit to a women's literacy center in Bristol. The press call was hurried. The schedule was rushed. But something was off. Cameras caught her walking stiffly, smiling too tightly, gripping her clutch a little too hard. Her answers to reporters were clipped. And when one journalist asked, "Your Majesty, any thoughts on the Wales family news?" she blinked once, twice, then said, "I have nothing to say about notes." The clip went viral, not with admiration, but mockery. The internet called it the coldest moment of the year. Even some newspapers softened the blow, labeling it an avoidable misstep. What Camilla intended as a reassertion of royal authority became further evidence of her isolation. By the evening of November 13th, following her awkward Bristol appearance, internal polling commissioned by the palace showed a stark contrast. Catherine's approval rating, 87%. William's approval rating, 82%. Camilla's approval rating, 27% and dropping. It was the largest perception gap since Charles's coronation. As one senior aide whispered, the monarchy has two queens now. One has the title, the other has the people. And Camilla knew exactly which one she was. By mid-November 2025, Buckingham Palace was no longer one united front. It had become a quiet battlefield of controlled silence, veiled warnings, and whispered narratives. No press conference had been called, no official letters exchanged. Yet everyone inside the royal orbit knew what was unfolding. A cold war of image, a clash not of thrones, but perception. And at the heart of it was Queen Camilla's unraveling containment strategy, triggered by what was now known in palace corridors as the triple humiliation. Singapore's orchid slip, Charlotte's note, and Catherine's speech. Camilla, once praised for her discipline, had begun a campaign to reassert influence behind the scenes. But in her attempt to regain footing, she unknowingly initiated the most volatile form of palace politics, the whisper war. On November 16th, a column appeared in the Telegraph under the byline of a royal correspondent long considered sympathetic to Queen Camilla. The piece, though presented as mere analysis, contained several pointed observations that naming a royal child after Diana might be perceived as emotionally manipulative, that royal children should not be weaponized for legacy restoration, and that some members of the monarchy prefer to heal quietly, not theatrically. No source was cited. No direct quote was given, but the implications were unmistakable, and insiders whispered. Camilla's fingerprints were all over it. The Waleses did not issue a rebuttal. Instead, Kensington Palace released a photograph on their official Instagram account, a serene, uncaptioned image of Princess Catherine in her garden with Charlotte and Louis, playing quietly beside a tree planted in memory of Diana. The message was clear. This was not theater. This was family. The Post broke engagement records within 24 hours. And with that single image, Catherine neutralized the narrative without uttering a word. Even palace staff admitted, in hushed tones, Camilla plays press. Catherine plays hearts. Still, Camilla wasn't finished. On November 18th, she convened what she believed would be a private briefing with 3 senior aides and a trusted external PR advisor at Clarence House. The goal? To discuss rebalancing the emotional narrative heading into the Christmas season. What happened inside that room would remain confidential until the following day, because someone recorded it, and someone leaked it. The recording, obtained by the Sunday Mirror, was never aired in full, but multiple transcripts were authenticated. Among the most damaging lines attributed to Camilla, they're painting Diana into a saint again and using that baby to do it. And worse, it's all very convenient, isn't it? Catherine emerges glowing, and I'm the jealous old stepmother. It's medieval. The backlash was immediate, though the palace declined to comment on the authenticity. The absence of denial was taken as confirmation. Several prominent commentators came to Catherine's defense, while even traditionally conservative outlets began publishing op-eds questioning Camilla's tone, her legacy, and her judgment. Into this powder keg walked Princess Anne. On November 19th, at a speaking engagement in Edinburgh for the Royal Agricultural Society, and went off script. When asked by a young journalist about public division within the monarchy, Anne paused, and then said, quite plainly, there's no division where there's purpose. And I'd say Catherine's found hers, wouldn't you? The audience erupted in applause. The clip went viral within the hour. A single sentence, neutral on its face, devastating in context, and had just publicly affirmed what insiders had long suspected. The senior working royals had closed ranks around Catherine, and Camilla was no longer part of that inner circle. By now, Queen Camilla's inner circle had shrunk. Only a handful of longtime loyalists remained. The king, caught between loyalty and fatigue, chose avoidance. William and Catherine were silent, untouchable, and had clearly chosen her side. So Camilla played her last card, the Christmas broadcast. Behind the scenes, she lobbied to rewrite portions of the speech draft prepared jointly by the royal family. According to staff familiar with the draft, Camilla inserted a section about moving forward from the past and resisting the temptation to sanctify history at the expense of unity. It was subtle, but those who understood the war knew exactly what it meant. When the king reviewed the draft, he crossed it out. With one line and a single stroke of his pen, he overruled his queen. That night, Camilla did not dine in the main room. She ate alone. By November 21st, the palace buzzed with tension. An announcement had been scheduled for the next day, an official message from Kensington Palace confirming the fourth pregnancy, and more crucially, the guiding name for the child. Everyone knew what was coming. Camilla, pacing in her private suite, made no public appearances that day, but according to an aide present in the room, she whispered just once, "Let them have their Diana." A statement not of surrender, but of exhaustion, of bitterness, of knowing she could no longer fight the tides of public memory, or the quiet strength of a woman who never raised her voice but had changed everything. On the morning of November 22nd, 2025, the official royal announcement went live. Short, elegant, unmistakable. The Prince and Princess of Wales are delighted to confirm they are expecting their fourth child. As with previous children, the family has chosen a guiding name of personal and historical significance. This name will serve as a symbol of hope and legacy as they prepare for the newest addition to their family. The name is Diana. The world didn't blink. It roared. Social media exploded. The BBC ran a 12-minute special titled Diana Reborn. Crowds gathered outside Kensington Palace. Bouquets and handwritten notes piled at the gates. The phrase Baby Diana trended globally for 16 consecutive hours. It wasn't just a name. It was a moment, a signal that the monarchy, bruised, evolved, modern, had finally embraced a memory of its most complicated icon. But in another corner of London, far from cheering crowds and press flashbulbs, Queen Camilla sat in silence. She had known it was coming. Still, when the name appeared on screen, something inside her dropped. According to a source inside Clarence House, Camilla excused herself from her morning briefing without explanation. She walked alone through the private rows corridor Charles had built for her years earlier, the same corridor where, once upon a time, she believed she had finally escaped Diana's shadow. Now it felt colder. In the following hours, she canceled her only engagement that week, a literary award ceremony she had championed for years. The press cited fatigue. But the truth was simpler. There was nothing left to fight. That evening, William and Catherine appeared outside Kensington Palace with George, Charlotte, and Louis, smiling, waving, holding hands. The public welcomed them not just as heirs, but as symbols of monarchy renewed by memory, not restrained by it. Meanwhile, Princess had met with Commonwealth youth leaders in Canada, speaking warmly of generational continuity and women who shaped history. King Charles remained publicly neutral, but privately proud. Sources say he sent Catherine a handwritten note. "Your strength reminds me of her, in the best possible way." He signed it not as king, but simply Papa. And Queen Camilla? She remained off camera, unmentioned, unmissed. Late that night, Camilla was seen to the upper window of Clarence House, seated alone with a single lamp burning behind her. No crown, no sash, just the quiet realization that history had chosen its queen, and it wasn't her.
The day Prince William drew the line, and Meghan's silence broke Harry. At exactly 7:42 a.m., a confidential briefing at Kensington Palace shattered every illusion that the royal feud was merely a family disagreement. According to two senior aides present in the room, Prince William's tone was ice-cold, decisive, and final, the tone of a future king who had stopped negotiating with the past and had begun building the future. His message was short, brutal, and historic. There will be no role for Meghan, Harry, or their children in the crown's next chapter. Those words, calm, deliberate, spoken in a small oak-paneled strategy room on the second floor, marked the moment the monarchy shifted. But what followed in the next 48 hours revealed an even darker truth. Meghan herself had already stepped away from Harry and their children long before William made his move. And now, for the first time, palace staff, royal correspondents, and investigative photographers are piecing together the timeline. The meeting took place behind closed doors at Kensington Palace, East Wing, Conference Suite 3, a room normally reserved only for major constitutional discussions. Sir Edward Langford, the Crown's senior constitutional advisor, was the first to enter. William followed with Catherine, who carried a thin binder of documents, but spoke to no one. Witnesses say Catherine's expression already signaled the severity of what was coming. According to internal notes, leaked 3 days later, William had spent the previous 6 weeks drafting a new constitutional framework to define the future shape of the monarchy. Catherine served as his strategic anchor, reviewing every clause, legal precedent, and succession detail. William insisted on full authority for the reigning monarch to determine who qualifies as a royal working member. This new power, lawyers later called it the Sovereign Purity Clause, would allow him, upon ascending the throne, to erase individuals from the royal blueprint with a single decree. For Harry, Meghan, Archie, and Lilibet, this was the beginning of the end. One source familiar with the meeting revealed that Catherine delivered a crucial moment of reality. She placed a single photograph on the table. It was taken at the Invictus anniversary reception in Los Angeles. The image showed Meghan on the red carpet alone. Harry arrived 17 minutes later, confused, glancing around as photographers attacked him with questions like, "Where's Meghan? Why did she walk ahead without you? Did you come separately?" Catherine's point was devastating. Public alignment reflects private truth. And the truth is, she has already left him. Several aides later recalled that silence crushed the room. Now, with hindsight, journalists have begun identifying the signals Meghan left in plain sight. Paparazzi captured Meghan entering a black Escalade at the Four Seasons Beverly Hills alone. Harry exited from a staff entrance 9 minutes later and left in a different vehicle. At the time, PR teams dismissed it as logistical convenience. Now, it looks like the first crack. On 3 March, Archie attended a private indoor sports showcase in Montecito. Meghan was scheduled to appear. She never came. Witnesses say Harry looked lost, embarrassed, and tired of making excuses. One parent said he kept checking his phone. Meghan didn't text back once. During a school visit on 8 March, Meghan again failed to appear. Only Harry attended, visibly anxious, holding a stuffed bunny Lilibet had dropped earlier. Teachers noted Harry apologized for everything, while Meghan did not respond to school communications. Oh? On 14 March, Meghan was spotted at San Vicente Bungalows with 2 Hollywood executives. No Harry, no ring, and no mention of her children. A source who overheard the conversation confirmed she referred to her life as my next chapter, my real chapter. For William and Catherine, this was the final confirmation that the Sussex family was no longer a family at all. Insiders say William had been quietly preparing this move since late 2025. But 2 events accelerated the timeline: the leaking of a draft Netflix pitch by Meghan's team, proposing a documentary about life beyond the crown; Harry's increasing absence from Montecito, with reports of him spending nights at a friend's estate in Santa Barbara. But what truly hardened William's resolve was a humanitarian event at St. George's House, Windsor, on 11 March, where Catherine delivered a speech about restoring stability, responsibility, and authenticity to public service. Her line, now widely quoted, was unmistakably aimed at Meghan. A title is not a shield. Duty is not optional. Service is not a performance. Within hours, Catherine's words trended globally. Within days, William finalized the purge plan. King Charles's response at the meeting was heartbreaking but predictable. According to a senior palace aide, he disagreed emotionally, understood constitutionally, and accepted inevitability. Charles reportedly said, "I cannot save those who do not wish to be part of us." This was the moment the monarchy closed its door on Meghan and, tragically, on Harry too. When Harry learned of William's decision through palace intermediaries, he reportedly asked one question: did Meghan fight this at all? The reply was devastating. She didn't respond. Harry has not been seen with Meghan or the children in public since 15 March 2025. For the first time, the split is not royal. It's personnel. And for Harry, unbearably lonely. The silence that followed William's declaration wasn't just political. It was personal, historical, and cruelly surgical. By the evening of the 18th of March 2025, the Office of the Prince of Wales issued an official memorandum to the Privy Council. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex, along with their children, were no longer part of the projected royal strategic blueprint. Inside the palace, aides referred to it grimly as the Windsor cleansing. It wasn't vindictive, it was cold clarity. The monarchy, under William and Catherine's future stewardship, had made its choice. No half-in, half-out players. No sentimental ties. No ghosts. As the press speculated furiously, it was Catherine's appearance on March 20 that reset the conversation. At the Commonwealth Cultural Unity Gala at Somerset House, she arrived in a structured navy gown with silver embroidery, subtle nods to strength and discipline. No brooch, no pearls, no nod to legacy, just steel. Her remarks at the event, while brief, were instantly dissected. To serve is not to appear. To protect is not to parade. The future we build must be grounded in truth, not nostalgia. The message to Meghan was unmistakable. You abandoned the institution. We are rebuilding without you. William, for his part, allowed himself a more direct moment the next day at Sandhurst Military Academy, where he told cadets, "Loyalty, once betrayed, is rarely mended. Not because we are unforgiving, but because duty cannot be fractured." And in those 18 words, Harry's fate was sealed. In the days that followed, paparazzi agencies began cross-analyzing recent footage, identifying a disturbing pattern between Meghan and Harry. 3 scenes stood out. At the Green Earth Sustainability Awards, Harry arrived late, flustered. Meghan, already on the red carpet, barely turned to acknowledge him. After their appearance, she entered their car alone. Harry, caught in a separate crowd, left on foot 12 minutes later. Photographers noted that only Harry and a nanny were present during Archie's school recital. Meghan was photographed that same hour shopping in Santa Monica with a celebrity stylist. She wore sunglasses indoors. One onlooker noted, "She looked like a woman trying to disappear from a life she didn't choose." On March 15, Lilibet's preschool hosted a family picnic. Meghan was again absent. No message, no substitute. Teachers described Harry as present but detached, scrolling through his phone as if waiting for a rescue text that never came. At the heart of this growing rupture was a confidential deal struck between Meghan and a European streaming platform. Details leaked on March 19 suggest a new docuseries, The Reinvention, was already in development, focusing not on her royal experience, but on her independent journey as a mother, innovator, and global figure. Conspicuously missing from the leaked concept treatments, Harry's name, Archie, and Lilibet. Any mention of the word Sussex, industry insiders confirmed. Meghan had requested full editorial control, distancing the narrative from toxic royal branding. For William, this was the final proof that the Sussex family brand was no longer a family at all. King Charles, still recovering from multiple skin cancer treatments, was informed of Meghan's project on March 21. He reportedly attempted to contact Harry 5 times. All calls went unanswered. According to courtier sources, Charles expressed heartbreak. "I do not know how to be a father to someone drifting that far." Catherine, ever composed, reportedly comforted the king privately, but advised against another public defense of Harry. "Sometimes mercy is letting go, not holding tighter," she said, according to staff. And in that sentence, Catherine officially became the emotional anchor of the monarchy. As British and American tabloids picked up the pattern, headlines shifted dramatically. "Where is Meghan during her children's milestones?" Daily Mail. "Royal no more. Meghan's solo chapter begins." The Times. "From Duchess to disengaged. Meghan's retreat from family life." New York Post. Social media exploded with clips, overlays, and side-by-side footage showing Harry clinging, while Meghan increasingly vanished. On TikTok, the hashtag number #WhereIsMeghan trended for 3 days straight. By March 22, Harry was spotted alone at a Montecito petrol station, wearing a faded hoodie, sunglasses, and visibly thinner than just a month before. He ignored questions from photographers. One reporter called out, "Do you feel erased from both sides now?" He said nothing. But the image, a prince at a pump, alone, lost, spoke louder than any denial. By the end of March 2025, there was no denying it. Prince Harry was drifting further from every axis that once defined him: his wife, his children, his father, and now his country. And while headlines debated his emotional state, body language, and future media appearances, a very different story was unfolding in London. One of precision, planning, and quiet power. On March 25, 3 days after Harry's haunting image at a Montecito petrol station went viral, Buckingham Palace issued a rare Friday bulletin, titled, "Clarifications on Succession and Future Roles." The language was carefully sterile. In keeping with long-term modernization plans and the wishes of His Majesty, the royal household affirms that the current line of succession reflects active working royals only. No further reconfigurations are anticipated. It It was a legal dagger executed with silk gloves. Without mentioning names, the document achieved the following. Officially froze Archie and Lilibet's HRH rights from future reactivation. Confirmed Meghan and Harry were no longer entitled to attend Privy Council briefings, even ceremonially. Affirmed Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis would receive expanded preparatory training for public life. But perhaps the most quietly brutal detail was buried in the document's annex, the removal of Frogmore Cottage from any future Sussex claim, marking a full territorial severance. Then came the moment no one saw coming. On March 27, Catherine appeared at St. George's Chapel in Windsor, not for a royal service, but for a closed-door, family and faith symposium on moral leadership and modern monarchy. It was not televised, but excerpts of her 14-minute speech were quickly leaked to friendly media. One line stunned everyone. When duty is distorted into currency and affection becomes leverage, we must return to our foundations, who we are and what we are not. The room reportedly fell silent, because everyone knew who she was talking about. Observers at the event, including clergy, ambassadors, and military spouses, described Catherine as serene but resolved. One attendee reportedly texted her editor, "She's done hiding. This is a queen in rehearsal." Meanwhile, William wasn't resting on symbolism. Behind the scenes, he had already convened what insiders called a shadow cabinet alignment on April 1 at Clarence House, involving advisors from defense, Commonwealth affairs, and charitable coordination. It was not an official cabinet meeting, but it mirrored one. The core agenda? Streamlining royal patronages to phase out inactive representatives, read Harry and Meghan. Strengthening Commonwealth youth diplomacy. Positioning George, Charlotte, and Louis as future envoys. Reassigning 2 security protection slots from the disbanded Sussex household to Princess Anne's expanded engagements. Royal editor Jonathan Ellsworth put it bluntly on Sky News. William has moved from heir to architect. He's drawing blueprints for a monarchy without dead weight. According to reports from Monte Rio Security, Harry made 3 failed attempts to initiate contact with William in the final week of March. One was a direct phone call to Anmer Hall, which reportedly went unanswered. The other 2 came through mutual friends who had once vacationed with both brothers in Balmoral. William's response, relayed through a senior aide, was painfully clear. There is no arrangement. There is no conversation. There is no halfway return. Meanwhile, Catherine remained consistent. New comment, new emotion, new distraction. Instead, she focused on her Unity of Service initiative, which quietly rolled out a new scholarship program on April 3, dedicated to young women in the UK, pursuing careers in diplomacy. For the first time since the Oprah interview of 2021, polling conducted by YouGov on April 4 showed a dramatic shift. 76% of UK respondents supported removing Harry and Meghan from any future royal planning. 62% believed Catherine had shown consistent dignity in the face of repeated attacks. Only 28% viewed Harry as credible in matters concerning royal legacy. Even among Americans aged 30 to 45, traditionally sympathetic to Meghan, the numbers dropped by 14% after the documentary deal leak and her growing absence from family events. Social media, once a stronghold of Sussex defenders, now buzzed with a new phrase: ghosted by Meghan, banished by the crown. On April 6, one final development emerged: the portrait of the Sussex family, which had quietly hung in St. George's reception hall, was removed and replaced with an updated image of William, Catherine, George, Charlotte, and Louis during the Wales 2025 Commonwealth Tour. No ceremony, no press release, just the quiet replacement of a family no longer present with a family fully prepared to lead. The royal world expected defiance. What they got was silence. Not from Buckingham Palace, but from Meghan Markle herself. As the consequences of William and Catherine's ultimatum rippled across media, Meghan remained unusually absent. No statements, no social media posts, no paparazzi shots, not even a leak. And to royal observers, that was the story. Between April 2 and April 14, paparazzi trackers from Backgrid UK and Pacific Coast News confirmed something unsettling. Meghan had not been seen in Montecito or Los Angeles for 12 consecutive days, an unprecedented gap for someone once dubbed the most photographed woman in California. Her usual coffee runs, dog walks, and Archewell Foundation errands had disappeared. Even her private security team, often spotted idling near their Montecito home, was reportedly reassigned to new posts in Los Angeles. Then came the first leak from within the Sussex circle. A former Archewell advisor anonymously told The Times on April 15, "She's distancing, not just from the firm, from the family she created." On April 7, a tip surfaced from a concierge at the San Ysidro Ranch, a luxury resort nestled in Santa Barbara's hills. A woman matching Meghan's profile had checked in under a pseudonym, alone, without children or staff. What triggered alarms wasn't her presence, it was her luggage tag, accidentally revealed during a valet handoff. It read, M. Mountbatten, Europe itinerary pending. By April 10, tabloids had pieced it together. Meghan was preparing a solo move either to Europe or a global brand, pivot away from royal narrative entirely. The woman who once claimed the royal family needed her more than she needed them had, it seemed, decided to test that theory. Meanwhile, Archie and Lilibet were left in the care of two nannies, both of whom were later spotted on April 9 at a Malibu daycare center and again on April 12 inches, Ojai, suggesting the children were being shielded from cameras, but not from separation. More troubling, according to body language analyst Freya King, was Harry's demeanor when seen shopping solo in Santa Barbara on April 11. He wasn't just distracted, he looked like a man who'd just been left behind. The theme of the event? Children abandoned by circumstance but restored through care. She didn't mention Meghan. She didn't need to. Wearing a pearl-encrusted brooch, once owned by Princess Diana, Catherine spent time with former foster youth, now serving in government roles. Cameras caught her kneeling, hand on a young woman's shoulder, saying, "The people who walk away, they don't define your worth." The quote wasn't part of the official transcript, but it was amplified across TikTok and Instagram by fans who believed it was a direct message to Meghan and Harry's children and to Meghan herself. King Charles, still recovering from minor surgery, remained publicly neutral. But sources close to Windsor reported he refused to intervene when William requested Meghan and Harry's coat of arms be removed from the diplomatic service order. Even more symbolic, Charles declined to meet Harry during his brief April 16 London stopover, citing scheduling conflicts. Royal insiders weren't fooled. "This wasn't about calendars," said one courtier. "This was about consequences." On April 17, trademark filings revealed Meghan's team had applied for a new business entity called M Vision Global, notably separate from Archewell, and entirely in her name only. The description? Luxury communications and strategy, consulting, women-led leadership platforms, and lifestyle collaborations. It was a corporate divorce in slow motion. No mention of Harry, no mention of Sussex, just Meghan again. Media outlets, once sympathetic to Meghan, began recalibrating. In an op-ed for The Guardian, columnist Zara Lowe wrote, "When Meghan called out the monarchy, she was praised. When she walks out on her own family, are we still applauding?" Public sentiment followed. A Daily Mail poll published April 18 showed 79% of UK respondents now believe Meghan has emotionally severed ties with Harry. 67% think Harry should return to the UK permanently, even if it means doing so alone. Support for Catherine as most admired royal woman hit an all-time high of 83%. By April 19, the line had been drawn. Catherine was symbolizing resilience. William was orchestrating structural change. Harry was adrift, alone in name and purpose. Meghan? Gone without a goodbye. If there was ever doubt about Meghan Markle's growing emotional and physical distance from Prince Harry, it evaporated on the evening of April 20, when audio of a private call between Meghan and her legal team was leaked to the press. In the 47-second clip published by The Telegraph's investigative team and authenticated by two former aides, Meghan is heard saying, "I've made peace with the separation. He's not aligned anymore with my goals, with the brand, or with what I see next." The room fell silent. According to journalists present at the leak's press briefing, the reaction wasn't just political, it was visceral. The call's tone was cold, calculated, absent of the warmth or struggle one might expect in such a private moment. The woman who once told Oprah Winfrey that she had finally found family now described that same family, her husband and children, as misaligned assets. On April 22, Prince Harry appeared at a tech roundtable in Silicon Valley, representing one of Archewell's wellness partners. But instead of discussing digital mental health, Harry wandered off message. At one point, he paused mid-sentence and looked into the crowd, visibly blinking back emotion. "Sometimes," he said, voice catching, "you wake up and realize you're the only one fighting for something that doesn't exist anymore." What followed was an uncomfortable silence, then awkward applause. Royal watchers immediately flagged the moment. His wedding ring, once worn with pride, was missing. Instead, a plain gold band adorned his other hand, reportedly gifted by Princess Diana's former butler Paul Burrell to provide comfort. Hours later, Page 6 confirmed Harry was staying alone at a rented compound in Big Sur, nearly 4 hours away from Montecito. The next blow came quietly. On April 23, a public records researcher unearthed a document filed in California's Superior Court for legal classification and separation of brand identity and finances between Meghan Markle and Henry Charles Albert David. Though not a divorce filing, experts described it as a clear pre-uncoupling legal boundary, a move designed to protect Meghan's solo ventures as she distances from Harry's financial liabilities and reputational damage. One senior royal advisor bluntly told The Times, "It's a business move, but it's also personal. You don't draft those documents unless you're already emotionally out the door." While Harry unraveled and Meghan severed ties, Catherine quietly began filling the vacuum not through force, but through flawless optics and dignified resolve. Between April 18 and April 24, Catherine made 5 back-to-back public appearances. April 18, Youth Mental Health Gala, where she quoted Princess Diana. April 20, Early Childhood Roundtable, where she referenced the legacy of emotional security. The message? Stability resides in London, not Montecito. At the April 24 UNICEF event, a child asked Catherine, "Do you know Harry and Meghan?" Catherine smiled gently and said, "We all have people we love from afar, and we wish them peace even if they're walking another path now." The quote made global headlines. Within hours, thousands of comments poured in on royal fan pages. Class act. She said everything without saying a word. This is why she will be queen. And Meghan will be... what exactly? Grace. Meghan should watch and learn. Behind the scenes, William was making structural moves. On April 25, Kensington Palace quietly submitted revised royal succession materials for 2026 public display. The new materials, confirmed by parliamentary staff, omit the Sussex family line entirely from future ceremonial roles, jubilee planning, and diplomatic assignments. The most telling line from the memo: all representation must reflect current engagement, operational viability, and alignment with institutional values. In short, no role for those who walked away. Though not public, sources close to King Charles say he reviewed the new succession proposal and left a handwritten note with one sentence: "Let the design stand. The winds have changed." The world did not know it yet, but the 3rd of May 2026 would mark the quiet end of the Harry and Meghan era. Not with a scandalous headline, not with an explosive interview, but with something far more devastating: an empty chair. In early May, the British Red Cross hosted its annual Global Crisis Summit at the Royal Institute in London, an event Harry had attended every year since 2017. His name was printed on the official guest list. His biography was displayed on banners. A seat with his title card awaited him beside longtime colleagues. But when the cameras panned across the room, one thing stood out: he never arrived. Not because he forgot, not because of scheduling conflict, but because he was reportedly waiting for Meghan to join him and she didn't. According to journalists covering the summit, Harry was seen sitting alone in a blacked-out car 2 blocks away, checking his phone repeatedly before quietly driving off. It was the caption on photo 3 that hit hardest. Meghan is transitioning to her independent phase. Within minutes, the internet delivered its verdict. She had left Harry emotionally, professionally, and perhaps even legally. On May 6, paparazzi spotted Harry hiking alone in the Montecito Hills, shoulders hunched, wiping his face repeatedly. A witness told Vanity Fair, "He looked like a man who'd lost everything except the clothes on his back." Another source, a former Archewell staffer, revealed, "Harry kept saying, 'I don't know what my family is anymore.' He meant Meghan and the kids, not the Windsors." The staffer added that Archie had been spending extended weekends with Doria Ragland, while Lilibet was reportedly in private therapy sessions recommended by Meghan's team sessions. Harry was not invited to attend. One insider summarized the situation in one sentence: "He's being phased out of his own life." While Harry's world fractured, Catherine stepped fully into hers. On May 8, she delivered a landmark speech at the Royal Society of Public Service, outlining the future of the monarchy. Calm, radiant, unshaken, she declared, "A modern crown is not built on titles, but on contribution. A family is not defined by proximity, but by responsibility." Analysts instantly recognized the hidden message: royalty is earned, not inherited. A clear reference to the absentee Sussexes. The speech was replayed on every major UK news network. CNN called it the most defining royal statement since Queen Elizabeth's 1957 broadcast. At that moment, Catherine wasn't simply the Princess of Wales. She was the future architect of the monarchy. The final blow came 1 week later, on the 15th of May, 2026, during a special session of the Privy Council at Buckingham Palace. No trumpets, no press release, no royal decree. Yet, within the polished pages of the Royal Variety Performance Program in November 2025, something quietly historic appeared: Prince William and Princess Catherine's newly redesigned conjugal coat of arms. To the average reader, It may have looked like an elegant emblem tucked amid thank you messages. But for those fluent in royal symbolism, it was a bold, carefully timed declaration, a visual alignment of tradition and future, power and partnership. More than a decade after their original 2013 conjugal crest, and 3 years after becoming Prince and Princess of Wales, the couple has chosen now to reveal an updated symbol that reflects not only their evolving roles, but the crown's next chapter. And they did it without fanfare, yet with unmistakable precision. The backdrop was carefully chosen, the Royal Albert Hall, during the annual Royal Variety performance, an event steeped in royal tradition, public goodwill, and cultural unity. It marked the couple's first return in 2 years. And while Catherine's stunning emerald velvet gown and sparkling Greville chandelier earrings commanded headlines, it was the emblem in the booklet that quietly stole the moment. This wasn't just a refresh for aesthetic purposes. The updated design retains the dual shield structure symbolizing their marriage, but with rich updates. William's side bears the traditional 3 lions of England, the red lion of Scotland, and the Irish harp, but now prominently features the Prince of Wales's feathers, the Ich Dien, I serve, motto, and a princely coronet, all aligning with his elevated constitutional role. Catherine's side still honors her family roots. The 3 acorns, for herself and her siblings, the gold chevron, a nod to her mother's goldsmith lineage, and white chevrons representing the landscapes of northern England, all remain but have been refined with modern clarity and placement. Together, their shields are supported by the royal lion and unicorn, each now wearing a red scallop shell, the Spencer family emblem, a tribute to Princess Diana. Topping the crest, a crowned lion, standing tall amid the iconic Prince of Wales feathers, a unifying image of tradition, legacy, and poised ascension. This is not just a personal family emblem. It is a vision of the monarchy's future, rendered in gold, green, and heritage. By integrating Diana's shell, the Middleton oak, and the full symbolism of the Wales title, the coat of arms becomes a visual narrative of where William and Catherine have come from and where they are heading. This wasn't a spontaneous design change. It was a strategic move, meticulously timed and internally approved by the upper echelons of the royal household. According to palace insiders, the redesign had been quietly in progress since mid-2024, guided by senior advisors, the College of Arms, and a select image team working closely with Catherine's office. It underwent multiple rounds of refinement before being presented to King Charles III for final review in September 2025. Sources say the king approved it without delay. He reportedly praised its balance of heritage and modernity, calling it a reflection of enduring legacy. But while Charles offered his full support, others within the palace remained silent or subtly uneasy. Queen Camilla, insiders note, was not directly involved in the design consultation, nor was she given early notice of the reveal. While her role as queen consort does not technically overlap with conjugal heraldry, palace watchers couldn't ignore the symbolism. The new crest prominently features Diana's red scallop shell not once, but twice. The decision to include Diana's motif so visibly on both supporting figures was widely interpreted as a tribute, but also as a gentle reclaiming of the people's memory. For Camilla, it was likely uncomfortable. Observers see this as part of a growing pattern, William consolidating the emotional and institutional legacies once shared between them, and Harry watching from afar. It's also worth noting that the coat of arms appeared without Charles or Camilla present at the Royal Variety event. Only William and Catherine attended, unobstructed, elegant, and central. This calculated rollout wasn't just about a new design. It was about placing William and Catherine at the emotional forefront of the monarchy. No declarations, no press conferences, just an emblem tucked in a beloved royal tradition, read by thousands, and quietly passed from hand to hand. It was, as one royal commentator put it, a masterclass in soft power. Though it appeared with no announcement, the new conjugal coat of arms quickly made waves. Within hours of the Royal Variety performance, royal watchers and social media users had spotted the crest inside the program booklet. By the next morning, it was circulating widely on X, Twitter, Instagram, and royal forums, igniting a wave of praise, analysis, and personal reflection. The tone was overwhelmingly positive. While past royal symbolism sometimes felt distant or rigid, this new emblem was described by many as elegant, deeply personal, and unifying. Across the UK, media coverage focused on the coat's symbolism rather than its aesthetics. Commentators praised the inclusion of Diana's red scallop shell, seen as an emotional bridge to the late princess and her ongoing public legacy. Catherine's acorns and oak motifs, which grounded the crest in modern family identity and English heritage. The enlarged Prince of Wales feathers, seen as a confident embrace of William's constitutional destiny. One viral comment read, "It's the past, present, and future in one crest. Diana's memory, Kate's roots, William's duty. This feels like our royal family again." Traditional media echoed the sentiment. The Times called the emblem a masterstroke in modern heraldry, while the Telegraph described it as the quietest yet clearest sign of a reign in waiting. In Canada and Australia, reactions were respectful but cautious. Importantly, the crest avoided triggering controversy. Its tone was unifying, not assertive. On TikTok and Instagram, the emblem went viral in unexpected ways. Artists began redrawing it in watercolor, embroidery, and minimalist styles. Teachers used it as a conversation tool in schools when discussing royal history. Catherine's gown and the crest were paired in symbolism breakdown reels that reached hundreds of thousands. One popular reel concluded, "It's not just about monarchy, it's about memory, duty, and grace." Republican groups and anti-monarchist commentators did weigh in, calling the emblem an expensive distraction and a brand refresh for an outdated system. Some questioned why public attention was drawn to heraldry during a time of economic hardship. But even critics acknowledged the emotional skill behind the move. "It's clever," said a columnist in the New European. "They're not just preserving the monarchy, they're evolving it with velvet gloves and quiet charm." The new conjugal coat of arms of Prince William and Princess Catherine is no longer just a printed symbol tucked into a performance program. It is becoming a living emblem, slowly integrated into the machinery of monarchy, diplomacy, and modern communication. The rollout is quiet, precise, and deliberately paced, mirroring the style of the couple themselves. This isn't just about heraldry. It's about strategy, public messaging, and preparing the public for a reign that is already visibly in motion. According to royal sources, the crest is now being embedded across various formal and semi-formal platforms, including official stationery for royal correspondence, particularly in joint ventures or high-level outreach, charity, and patronage materials. The crest has begun appearing in brochures and official documents for initiatives like Catherine's Royal Foundation Center for Early Childhood and William's Earthshot Prize. State visit documentation, particularly in briefings shared with international hosts, will now feature the new emblem, replacing the 2013 version that reflected a newlywed couple, not a future monarchical pair. "It's not just symbolic," one courtier noted. "It's procedural." This emblem will increasingly define how the couple presents themselves to governments, institutions, and history. A major application of the coat of arms is international projection. As William and Catherine take on more duties abroad, often standing in for King Charles, their visual identity carries political and emotional weight. Upcoming events where the crest may be deployed include the 2026 Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, CHOB, in Samoa. The couple's communications team is also preparing digital adaptations of the coat of arms, including social media headers and logos across Instagram, Twitter, X, and YouTube. Use in educational AR tools and museum exhibits, especially those aimed at youth engagement and cultural education. Official commemorative materials, such as event live streams, behind-the-scenes royal videos, and national broadcasts. While not overt, these digital appearances serve to reinforce their identity in the public imagination, creating emotional familiarity long before any coronation. There is discussion of the emblem being used on limited edition royal merchandise, especially for the couple's 15th wedding anniversary in 2026, official charity partnerships with British heritage brands, Royal Collection Trust displays and souvenir exhibitions, which often attract global tourism. It positions them not just as representatives, but as architects of the crown's future. It honors the past, while creating space for a new royal language, one defined by emotional intelligence, global relevance, and deep social engagement. It shows a willingness to share their story through symbols that resonate across class, culture, and generation. Where past royal transitions often involved hard lines, abdications, deaths, or abrupt coronations, this shift is gradual, generational, and deeply strategic. The new coat of arms subtly threads together the influences of the two women who most shaped William and now, the one shaping the future. From Queen Elizabeth II, it draws structure, stability, and the enduring power of restraint. From Princess Diana, it inherits empathy, visibility, and a public trust earned through authenticity. And through Catherine, it gains balance, connecting royal heritage to middle-class roots, statecraft to motherhood, and duty to quiet grace. The crest, then, is a family story told through formality, one that brings the past, present, and future into quiet alignment. No one declared a new reign, but this emblem whispers it. Already, it has begun to appear in the background of royal briefings, charity campaigns, and Commonwealth conversations. It now serves as a visual shorthand for modern monarchy, one that's less about dominance, more about dignity. For 2 decades, Prince William was told that the shadows haunting his mother were merely figments of a troubled imagination. He was led to believe that the sensation of being constantly watched, analyzed, and recorded was nothing more than the paranoia of a woman under siege. But yesterday morning, amidst the freezing silence of Windsor, that narrative didn't just crack, it completely shattered. What Prince William discovered behind a sealed, water-damaged door at Royal Lodge, the residence of Sarah Ferguson, was not a collection of forgotten family trinkets. It was the vindication of Princess Diana's darkest fears. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not talking about old photo albums or dusty correspondence. According to high-level insiders, what the future king unearthed was effectively a black intelligence archive. We are talking about unauthorized audio transcripts, psychological profiles drafted by individuals with no medical authority, and most chilling of all, photographs taken from angles that prove, without a shadow of a doubt, that the photographer was standing inside the private sanctuaries of Kensington Palace. The discovery answers the single most terrifying question that has hung over the House of Windsor for 30 years. The eyes that were watching Diana were not just the paparazzi telephoto lenses from the street. They belonged to guests who had been invited in. This archive suggests a calculated, internal operation, a game of chess played by men in gray suits who used privacy as a weapon. And perhaps the most disturbing twist of all, these secrets were sleeping for 20 years under the roof of the Duchess of York. Was Fergie a conspirator? Or merely a pawn in a game she never understood? And who exactly was holding the camera? The answers are darker than you can imagine, and the investigation begins right now. It was the sort of morning that felt almost suspended in time, the kind of stillness that often precedes a seismic shift in the atmosphere. The winter air hanging over the Windsor estate was biting and still, casting long, muted reflections against the ancient stone walls of the castle. Inside the warmth of his private study, Prince William had arrived earlier than usual, seeking that rare, fleeting commodity in a future king's life: silence. He sat with a cup of tea, the steam rising in delicate spirals, preparing for a day of scheduled engagements, handshakes, and the stoic performance of duty. But the universe had a different script written for that Tuesday. The quiet was shattered not by a noise, but by an entrance. When his most trusted senior aide stepped into the room, there was no hurried rush of footsteps, no breathless panic. Instead, there was something far more alarming: a hesitation. The aide, a man trained to deliver bad news with the flatness of a weather report, looked visibly disturbed. He carried a folder, not tucked under his arm, but held with both hands as if it contained something radioactive. "Your Royal Highness," the aide began, his voice lowered to a register that signaled a code-red internal crisis. "We require a confidential moment, immediately." William, sensing the gravitational pull of the situation, closed the file in front of him. He didn't ask what was wrong. He simply stood up. The air in the room seemed to tighten, the oxygen sucked out by the unspoken implication that the peace of the morning was over. The briefing that followed was not about state affairs or international diplomacy. It concerned a property just a few miles away, tucked within the lush, ivy-wrapped seclusion of the Great Park, Royal Lodge. For years, this sprawling residence had been the sanctuary of Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York. To the public, it was a quiet retirement home for a woman who had weathered decades of tabloid storms. To the family, it was a place of warmth, chaotic dogs, and eccentric charm. But beneath that veneer of domestic eccentricity, something had been rotting. The previous day, a team of structural engineers had been conducting a routine inspection of the lodge's older wing, a section of the property that dated back centuries. The mandate was simple: check for damp, ensure the wiring was up to modern code, and reinforce the masonry. It was the most mundane task imaginable, until it wasn't. As maintenance staff worked their way through a corridor that had fallen into disuse, they encountered a door that didn't appear on the recent floor plans. It was an unassuming heavy oak door, swollen shut by years of humidity and neglect, located in a service passage that hadn't seen foot traffic in nearly 2 decades. When the workmen finally forced the timber frame to yield, the seal broke with a groan that sounded like history itself being disturbed. A plume of stale, musty air rushed out, the scent of paper, decaying cardboard, and secrets that had been left to ferment in the dark. The room inside was windowless, suffocatingly small, and piled high with shadows. But it wasn't empty. Stacked against the far wall, covered in a thick gray blanket of dust, were boxes. Not the organized, catalogued archival boxes of the royal collection, but a haphazard, chaotic mountain of storage crates, taped shut with an urgency that suggested they were hidden in a panic. The labeling was inconsistent. some scrawled in marker pen, others bearing coded stickers that didn't match any known palace filing system. The foreman of the crew, a man who had worked on the estate for 30 years, immediately halted the work. He didn't need to open them to know that this felt wrong. The energy in the room was heavy, almost hostile. He called security. Security called the palace. And now, the palace was telling William. As the aide relayed the details, the location of the room, the estimated age of the boxes, and the initial assessment of their contents, Prince William's reaction was not one of explosive anger. It was something far more terrifying to those who knew him. He went completely still. His jaw tightened, a muscle feathering in his cheek. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. This was the Windsor freeze, the cold, impenetrable armor that descends when a member of the family realizes they are under attack. But this wasn't an attack from the press, or a foreign adversary. This was a ghost rising from the floorboards of his own estate. "Sealed for 20 years?" William asked, his voice dangerously quiet. "Yes, sir," the aide confirmed. "Since the early 2000s, by the look of the dust." William walked to the window, looking out at the gray horizon. The timeline was devastating. The early 2000s. The aftermath of the crash. The inquests. The boy's teenage years. The era when the monarchy was at its most fragile, and when the leaks were at their most vicious. He realized, with a sinking pit in his stomach, that the routine inspection had just performed open-heart surgery on the family's darkest timeline. Royal Lodge, the home of his aunt, the place of summer barbecues and tea parties, had been hiding a tumor. "Secure the site," William ordered, turning back to the room. "No one enters. No one leaves. And get those boxes to the secure review suite. I want to know exactly what has been sleeping in the dark for 20 years." The morning was no longer suspended in time. The clock had started ticking on a bomb that had been set 2 decades ago, and Prince William was the only one who could defuse it. Under the harsh, unforgiving glare of halogen lights in the palace's secure archive suite, the boxes from Royal Lodge looked like artifacts from a shipwreck. They were swollen with damp, smelling of rot and time. The archivists, wearing white cotton gloves, moved with the grim precision of forensic pathologists. This was no longer an inventory check. It was an autopsy of the past. Prince William stood at the head of the steel table. He did not touch the materials himself. He watched. His presence in the room turned the air heavy, a silent pressure that made even the seasoned archivists hold their breath as they lifted the first lid. The top layer seemed deceptively mundane stacks of newspapers from the mid-90s, clipped and highlighted. But as the layers were peeled back, the true nature of the hoard began to reveal itself. The first item of concern was a series of notebooks. They were cheap, spiral-bound notepads, the kind you might buy at a corner stationer, yet their contents were explosive. The handwriting was unfamiliar to the royal archivists, cramped, jagged, and hurried. These were not official palace logs. They were surveillance logs. William leaned in as an archivist carefully turned the pages. The dates corresponded to the final, turbulent years of Princess Diana's life. The entries were chilling in their mundane cruelty. They didn't record state secrets. They recorded vulnerability. 14 hours. Subject remains in bedroom. Curtains drawn. Staff report crying. 16:30 hours. Subject made call to unauthorized number. Duration, 40, 2 minutes. Tone, distressed. As William read the fragments, a cold nausea settled in his gut. This was not the work of a concerned friend or a dutiful employee. This was the cold, clinical observation of a laboratory specimen. Someone had been tracking his mother's emotional disintegration not to help her, but to document it, to build a file, to weaponize her pain. The line between protection and stalking had not just been blurred, it had been erased. "Who wrote these?" William asked, his voice barely a whisper, yet it cut through the room like a blade. "We don't know yet, sir," the lead archivist replied, his face pale. "The handwriting doesn't match any of the private secretaries from that era. This looks unofficial, off the books." But the notebooks were only the preamble. Beneath the paper stack lay a collection of cassette tapes. They were old TDK tapes, their plastic cases yellowed and cracked. Most were unlabeled, but a few bore cryptic initials written in marker. The audio equipment was brought in a vintage deck, sourced from the storage, specifically for this task. The mechanical clunk of the tape being inserted sounded like a gunshot in the quiet room. William signaled for them to press play. For 10 seconds, there was only the hiss of magnetic static, the sound of empty air, and then a voice cut through the white noise. It was a voice William knew better than his own. It was his mother. She wasn't speaking to a crowd. She wasn't giving an interview. The acoustics were hollow, echoing slightly. It sounded like a drawing room, or perhaps a private sitting area. She was laughing at first, a bright, unguarded sound, and then her tone shifted to one of hushed anxiety. She was confiding in someone. I don't know who to trust anymore. They listen at the doors. I can hear the floorboards creaking when I'm on the phone. The recording cut to a sharp click. The room was deathly silent. William's face was a mask of stone, but his hands, resting on the edge of the table, were white-knuckled. This was not a recording of a public event. This was a recording made without consent. The audio quality, muffled, with occasional rustling of fabric, suggested the microphone had been hidden, perhaps in a vase, under a sofa cushion, or worse, worn on the body of the person Diana was speaking to. The realization hit William with the force of a physical blow. His mother's paranoia, the very thing the men in gray suits had used to paint her as unstable, was actually a rational response to her reality. She was being listened to. The proof was spinning on a magnetic spool right in front of him, recovered from a moldy box in his aunt's attic. The archivists continued their grim work, pulling out folder after folder. There were psychological profiles drafted by people with no medical qualifications, amateur analyses of the princess's stability, seemingly written to justify, sideline her, or strip her of influence. There were transcripts of conversations between the young princes and their nanny, innocuous chats about school and toys, which had been typed up and filed away as intelligence. This was a shadow archive. It was a collection of leverage. It became terrifyingly clear that Royal Lodge had been used as a dump site. When the climate in the palace changed, when Diana passed, or when the inquiries began, someone had panicked. They couldn't destroy these files. Perhaps they were too valuable as insurance, but they couldn't keep them in the official archives. So, they found a place of chaos, a place where things got lost, a place occupied by a duchess known for her disorganized life. They hid the poison in Sarah Ferguson's pantry, betting that no one would ever look. William stared at the pile of tapes. He wasn't just looking at history. He was looking at a crime scene where the weapon was information, and the autopsy was far from over. The box at the bottom, the one sealed with heavy industrial tape, was yet to be opened. And if the tapes were the voice of the betrayal, the final box contained the vision of it. Open the last one, William commanded. He needed to see it all. He needed to stare the devil in the face. The final box was different. It lacked the careless disorder of the others. It was smaller, reinforced at the corners, and sealed with a heavy-duty industrial tape that had dried into a brittle amber crust. While the previous boxes felt like a dumping ground for panicked secrets, this one felt deliberate. It felt like a trophy case. The lead archivist used a scalpel to slice through the aged adhesive. The sound of the tearing tape seemed deafening in the acoustic vacuum of the secure suite. He lifted the lid, revealing a layer of black foam padding. Beneath it lay not papers nor tapes, but a series of thick, manila envelopes. There was no writing on them, no dates, no names. With a nod from Prince William, the archivist opened the first envelope and slid the contents onto the stainless steel table. Photographs, dozens of them. But these were not the glossy, high-contrast shots of the paparazzi that William had spent his life loathing. Those images, as invasive as they were taken from the outside, looking in telephoto lenses, crushing the distance from a street corner or a bush's edge. These photos were different. The perspective was all wrong. The first image showed a corridor in Kensington Palace. It was a private hallway, leading to the nurseries. The lighting was dim, the grain of the film high, suggesting low-light conditions and no flash. In the frame, a young Prince Harry ran down the hall, a toy in hand, laughing. William stared at the photo. He knew that hallway. He knew the carpet. But what froze his blood was the angle. The photo had been taken from behind a partially open door of a staff cupboard. The black blur on the left side of the frame was the door frame itself. The photographer was hiding. The second photo was even more violation. It showed the family's private dining room. The table was set for a meal. Diana was seated, her head in her hands, her posture one of utter exhaustion. She was wearing a dressing gown. The angle was low, waist height. The camera hadn't been held up to an eye. It had been held low, perhaps concealed in a bag or under a jacket. It was a covert shot, taken by someone standing just a few feet away from her. Someone she had likely just welcomed into the room. Someone she trusted enough to be vulnerable in front of. These were taken from the inside, William said, his voice devoid of emotion, a terrifying calm replacing the shock. This isn't intrusion, this is infiltration. He picked up one of the photos, holding it by the edge. He studied the geometry of the shot. To get this angle, you had to be standing by the fireplace. Only staff or close friends were allowed by the fireplace. The collection grew more disturbing. There were shots of documents left on desks, letters from lawyers, private notes from the Queen photographed hurriedly, slightly out of focus, as if someone had snapped them while the occupant of the room was in the bathroom. This was industrial espionage carried out in a family home. But the kill shot the image that made the archivist look away in embarrassment and made William's eyes darken with a fury that could burn down a kingdom, was in the last envelope. It was a photo of Diana's bedroom. The bed was unmade. A book lay on the nightstand. The room was empty, but the violation was absolute. The photo had been taken from the doorway, looking in. It was a surveyor's shot, scoping out the sanctuary where the most hunted woman in the world slept. Why? Was someone planning to plant something? Were they checking for hiding places? Or was it simply a sick power play, a way for the men in gray suits to prove that there was nowhere, absolutely nowhere, that she was safe from their gaze? William placed the photo down, face first. The silence in the room was suffocating. This archive proved that the security perimeter of Kensington Palace had been a myth. The threat hadn't been the photographers on motorbikes. It had been the invisible guests walking the halls with cameras hidden in their pockets. And for 20 years, the evidence of this betrayal had been sitting in a damp box at Royal Lodge, gathering mold while the world debated who was to blame for Diana's misery. These weren't taken by a stranger, William stated, looking up at his security chief. Strangers don't get into the bedroom. Strangers don't hide in the nursery cupboards. He pointed a finger at the pile of photos. I want to know the focal length of these lenses. I want to know the film stock. I want to know who was on the rota for the private apartments on the dates these were taken. Cross-reference every face, every name, every contractor. The shadows were no longer abstract concepts. They were real people. They had names. They had walked these halls. And they had left a trail. William realized that the enemy was not a monster under the bed. The enemy was the person who made the bed. And now, armed with the evidence from Sarah Ferguson's attic, he was going to hunt them down. The summons to Clarence House was not a request. It was a directive. When Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, received the call, the tone was polite but unmistakably firm. There were no pleasantries about the weather or the dogs, just a time and a location. Sarah arrived at the side entrance, bypassing the cameras. She wore a coat buttoned to the neck, her usual exuberant energy replaced by a nervous, palpable tension. She knew something had been found at the lodge. The workmen had been dismissed, security had swarmed the wing, and silence had descended over the estate. But she didn't know what had been found. She was ushered into a small, private drawing room. The curtains were drawn against the winter gray. Prince William was already there, standing by the fireplace, not leaning, just standing. He looked like a man carved from marble. "William?" she asked tentatively, stepping into the room. He didn't smile. He gestured to the chair opposite him. On the low table between them lay a single black folder. It was closed. "We need to talk about the storage room in the East Wing, Sarah," William said. His voice was not angry, but it carried the weight of the institution he represented. It was the voice of the crown, not the nephew. Sarah's hands fluttered to her lap. "The damp patch? The maintenance team said they found some old boxes. I assumed it was just junk. Old charity auction items, perhaps? Or Andrew's golf things?" William sat down slowly, his eyes never leaving her face. He was scanning for deceit, for a flicker of recognition. It wasn't golf clubs. It was intelligence, surveillance, recordings of my mother, photos of the inside of Kensington Palace. Sarah's face drained of color. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She looked at the black folder, as if it were a venomous snake. I don't understand," she stammered, her voice trembling. "In my house? William? I swear on my daughter's lives, I have never seen those things. Why would I? How could I?" "I believe you didn't know what was in them," William said, his tone softening by a fraction, but his gaze remaining intense. "But they got there somehow. Someone brought them into your home. Someone used your attic as a landfill for their secrets." He leaned forward. "Think back, Sarah. 20 years ago, the early 2000s. You were going through hell. The debts, the scandals, the chaotic entourage. Who was helping you pack? Who was managing your storage? Who brought you boxes and said, 'Just keep these here for a while, ma'am'?" Sarah pressed her fingers to her temples, her eyes squeezing shut. The memories of those years were a blur of stress and survival. She had been surrounded by fixers, advisors, financial aides, and friends who promised to make her problems go away. People came and went from Royal Lodge like a train station. There were so many, she whispered. There was that man who handled the archives, and the advisor from the city. And, oh God, a realization seemed to dawn on her, a memory of a favor asked, a truck arriving late at night. And for God's sake, change the locks. As the Duchess left, shaken and pale, William picked up the black folder. The link had been established. The shadows had used the family's own vulnerabilities against them. But now, the mule had spoken. and the path led straight back to the heart of the establishment. The room where Prince William convened his inner circle was technically a library, but by midnight, it had been transformed into a command center. Heavy oak tables were covered in digital tablets, timelines were taped to the silk wallpaper, and the air hummed with the quiet, terrifying efficiency of a counterintelligence operation. There were no screaming matches. There was no throwing of vases. There was only the silent hunt. Opposite William sat the new head of palace security, a man recruited from MI5, and a forensic accountant who specialized in tracing assets that didn't want to be found. Together, they were building a map. The people who walked softly on the carpets, carried nondescript briefcases, and believed themselves to be the true guardians of the monarchy, largely independent of the family they served. They operated under a doctrine of protective surveillance, the chief explained. They convinced themselves that recording the princess, tracking her calls, and photographing her private rooms wasn't spying. It was risk management. They believed they needed leverage in case she went rogue. They were building a dossier to control the narrative. William stared at the web of names. He recognized some of them. Men who had smiled at him at Christmas parties. Men who had offered him advice on his gap year. Men who had sworn loyalty to his father. And the connection to Sarah? William asked, his voice low. She was the blind spot, the accountant interjected. This network knew that Sarah Ferguson was financially vulnerable and administratively chaotic. They befriended her. Late that night, William left the command center and walked through the silent corridors to the king's private study. Charles was awake, reading by a solitary lamp. The king looked up, seeing the darkness in his son's eyes. William laid the map of the network on the desk. He didn't need to explain it. Charles knew. He had lived through the wars of the 90s. He had felt the sting of the gray suits himself. The leaks, the briefings against him, the sense that the institution was fighting its own members. They think they are the crown, and we are just the tenants, Charles said softly, looking at the names. They believe they protect the institution from the fallibility of the humans inside it. But in doing so, they become the rot. I want them gone, William said. Not just fired. I want them erased from the contact books. I want their access codes revoked, their pensions frozen where legally possible, and their influence severed. I want to know who they are talking to now. Charles nodded. He understood that this was William's rite of passage. To be king, one must first master the machine. Be careful, William, Charles warned. You cannot declare war on the machinery openly. If you drag them into the light, they will release the rest of the files. They will burn the house down to save themselves. You must do this quietly. You must be the ice, not the fire. William took the advice. He returned to the command center with a new directive. We do not go to the police, William announced to his team. That would create the circus they want. We handle this internally. We are going to conduct a system reset. The order was given to initiate a silent purge. Over the next few hours, the team began the process of deplatforming the network. Old security passes were remotely deactivated. Digital access to archival servers was cut for retired staff who still held consultancy roles. A list of persona non grata was drawn up, names that would never again be allowed through the gates of Windsor, Kensington, or Buckingham Palace. But the most chilling part of the night came when the security chief identified the architect, the man likely responsible for taking the photos in the bedroom. He's still active, sir, the chief said, hesitating. He's currently working as a strategic advisor for a firm that handles media relations for the Sussexes. The room went dead silent. The web didn't just reach back into the past, it stretched across the ocean. The gray suits hadn't disappeared. They had just found new clients. The archive at Fergie's house was just the backup drive. The main operation was still running. William looked at the name on the screen. The realization was absolute. This wasn't just about justice for Diana anymore. This was about survival for the future. Keep watching him, William ordered, and find out what else he took. The discovery at Royal Lodge was not the end of the mystery. It was the key that unlocked a door to a much larger, darker room. And Prince William had just stepped inside, locking the door behind him. The discovery at Royal Lodge has done far more than just expose a 20-year-old secret. It has fundamentally rewritten the psychology of the future king. Prince William entered that room as a man burdened by the past, chasing the ghosts of his mother's tragedy. He left it as something else entirely. He has become the gatekeeper. The era of the soft monarchy where access was easy, where trust was given freely, and where forgotten addicts could harbor dangerous secrets is officially over. By securing the Shadow Archive, William has sent a silent, chilling message to every courtier, every aide, and every distant relative. The house is being cleaned, and the new landlord has a long memory. He has learned the hardest lesson of all. The greatest threat to the crown does not come from the screaming headlines of the tabloid press, but from the quiet scratching of pens in the back offices of the palace itself. The men in gray suits who sought to control Diana by documenting her every breath have been put on notice. Their insurance policy has been seized. Their hiding place has been burned. But as the heavy oak doors of the secure archive slide shut, locking away the tapes and the photographs forever, one terrifying question remains hanging in the cold Windsor air. We know what was in the boxes. We know where they were hidden, but we still don't know the full extent of the distribution. Rio de Janeiro had seen many electrifying scenes: football riots, carnival parades, presidential motorcades slicing through avenues, but nothing quite compared to what unfolded on the bright October morning when the Prince of Wales stepped onto Sugarloaf Mountain. What began as a standard royal environmental engagement quickly morphed into a moment so explosive, so emotionally charged, that Brazilian broadcasters described it as, fenomeno real, a royal phenomenon. Prince William, 43, had barely finished greeting local officials before a tidal wave of fans surged forward, spilling past the designated barriers faster than security could react. Children hoisted homemade signs, sun-drenched teenagers screamed his name, and dozens of mobile phones stretched across a forest of arms, all reaching in desperate hope for a handshake, a smile, a photograph, any fragment of proximity to Britain's future king. What stunned observers wasn't simply the size of the crowd, though Rio's police estimated well over 3,500 people had gathered around the mountain base, but the intensity of their affection. The moment William turned toward them with that unmistakable half-o grin, the crowd erupted with the feverish devotion usually reserved for superstar athletes or chart-topping performers. Security had expected polite applause. Instead, they got a full-scale frenzy. William, William, ho? The chant rolled across the mountain like thunder. Tourists abandoned their cable car queues. Local families climbed railings for a glimpse. Even the city's press photographers, many of whom had covered Brazil's presidents for years, admitted they had never witnessed a foreign royal attract such spontaneous passion. Yet nothing prepared the team or William himself for what happened next. When he leaned in to greet a small group of children, chataphoring a warm obrigado in his earnest, slightly imperfect Portuguese, a cluster of young women rushed forward and hugged him without hesitation. One grabbed his sleeve, shaking uncontrollably as she begged for a selfie. Another burst into tears the moment he looked her way. A BBC correspondent on the scene later said she genuinely feared the barriers would collapse. William, composed as ever, simply laughed, steadied the nearest fan by the shoulders, and allowed the moment to unfold. It was spontaneity at its purest, the future king transformed, for a few hearty stopping seconds, into a global poppy-cultural figure. But perhaps the most striking reaction to the viral footage did not come from Brazil, nor from seasoned royal watchers in the UK. It came from Princess Catherine, sitting thousands of miles away in Windsor, watching the moment replay across her television screen. And the future queen was, in her own words to aides, completely stunned in the best way. Sources close to the Princess of Wales say she was half laughing, half speechless as she watched the videos. According to one insider, Catherine said softly, "I wish I could have been there with him. It looked incredible. A little bit chaotic, but incredible." Oh wait. Another aide described her reaction with a grin. She joked she was slightly jealous, just a tiny bit, because William got all the fun this time. Catherine's mix of amusement and admiration added a deeply human layer to the spectacle. She wasn't jealous in the melodramatic sense. Rather, it was the warm, affectionate envy of a wife who wished she could have shared in a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Her pride, however, far outweighed anything else. Because while William was being mobbed in Rio, the Princess of Wales had witnessed something equally remarkable back in the UK. Their eldest son, Prince George, had stepped up to represent the family at two smaller private engagements in Windsor. His first quasi-official duties performed without either parent at his side. And Catherine, ever the devoted mother, was bursting with pride. "George was wonderful," she reportedly told a senior palace staffer. "Very poised, very thoughtful. He's growing into the role beautifully." It was a striking contrast, William lifted by the roar of Brazilian crowds, George quietly learning the art of royal steadiness, Catherine watching both worlds unfold with equal wonder. But beneath her gentle smile and warm words, Catherine carried a truth she has never hidden. A truth she once articulated during the coronation weekend of King Charles III, a moment now echoing with new meaning. "We're like swans, calm above the water, but paddling furiously underneath." Those who know her say she whispered that line to herself again, while watching William greet thousands in Rio, because beneath the shine, beneath the glamour, lay the weight of the year they had endured. A year of illness, fear, treatment, and transformation. A year when both she and King Charles faced cancer diagnoses. A year when William quietly became the backbone of the monarchy. And yet, here he was, smiling in the Brazilian sun, speaking Portuguese, shaking hands, bringing hope, showing the world that the future of the British crown was not a relic, but a beating heart. This wasn't just another royal engagement. It was a sign loud, spontaneous, and undeniable that the world was already preparing for King William V. And Catherine felt it too. The morning after Prince William's electrifying appearance in Brazil made international headlines, Windsor Castle was unusually quiet. The Princess of Wales, recovering from a difficult medical year, was seated by the window in Adelaide Cottage, a warm cup of mint tea in hand, the Brazilian footage looping silently on a tablet beside her. According to a close aide, Catherine had already watched the video 5 or 6 times, not out of insecurity, but out of awe. She studied not only the crowd's energy but William's posture, his tone, his instinctive ability to connect. She smiled and said, "He's really stepping into it now, isn't he?" The aide recalled. "It's not just duty anymore, people see him." Catherine's emotions were layered joy, admiration, and yes, a quiet, unmistakable ache to have witnessed it all by his side. "I wish I had been there," she reportedly confided. Not just for him, but to feel that energy, to share that moment. Oh? It was a rare expression of personal longing from a woman whose public life often demands restraint. But this wasn't the first time Catherine had hinted at such emotions. During King Charles's coronation weekend in 2023, in a moment caught on camera but never aired, she was overheard saying, "We appear serene, but truthfully, we're paddling like mad underneath." That same calm above chaos metaphor of the swan, gliding gracefully while its legs churned beneath the surface, had become a private refrain between her and William during the most difficult stretches of 2024. When Catherine began chemotherapy for an undisclosed form of cancer earlier that year, the couple agreed to reduce public appearances together. It was a silent pact. One of them would always be visible, even if the other couldn't be. William carried that promise across continents, and Catherine, watching from Windsor, carried the weight of admiration mixed with sacrifice. William's 5-day Brazil visit, officially tied to the 2025 Earthshot Prize hosted in Sao Paulo, quickly transformed into something more symbolic. His itinerary included a stop at the Caxingué Favela Community Project in Sao Paulo, a visit to the Instituto Reação in Rio, a judo school that supports underprivileged youth, and a tree planting ceremony with Brazilian environmentalist Marina Silva. But it was his impromptu moment on Sugarloaf Mountain that stole headlines globally. At one point, when a young boy asked in Portuguese if William was already a king, the prince reportedly knelt beside him and said, "Not yet, but one day, I'll do my best to be a good one." The clip garnered over 47 million views within 72 hours across platforms, with even Brazilian President André Moraes reposting it on X with the caption, "A king who speaks to the people, not above them." While Buckingham Palace issued a brief statement calling the Brazil tour a meaningful and uplifting success, it was Catherine's informal remark that captured hearts. "We'll always had it, that quiet fire. But now the world sees it too." As William shone abroad, his 2-year-old son Prince George took his own subtle but symbolic steps at home. With his mother still in recovery and his father overseas, George attended a private remembrance rehearsal at Windsor's Guards Chapel, where he laid a small wreath alongside uniformed cadets and watched silently as veterans read out names of the fallen. Though no press were invited, a photograph leaked later, confirmed by Kensington Palace, showing the young prince in a navy peacoat, his hair combed carefully, his posture solemn. Catherine, upon seeing the image, reportedly became emotional. She said he looked like his father, even the way he stood, a source close to the family shared. But more than that, she said, he understood what it meant, and he wanted to do it right. This was no accident. Catherine has long championed the idea of gentle royal preparation, a slow, steady introduction to duty rather than forced protocol. George's attendance at this small event, without press or fanfare, reflected exactly that philosophy, and it also reflected how much had changed. Because 18 months ago, both William and Catherine were still under the protective shadow of Charles's relatively healthy reign. But since the king's cancer diagnosis announced publicly in February 2024, the pressure on the Prince and Princess of Wales had quadrupled. Charles's gradual retreat from royal duties meant William became the face of the monarchy, while Catherine, despite her illness, became the silent heartbeat. A palace insider summarized it succinctly: The throne hasn't changed hands, but the weight of the crown? That's already shifted. Sources say that in early October, just days before William departed for Brazil, he and Catherine shared a private moment in their garden, away from aides, advisors, and children. He told her he wasn't sure what kind of reception he'd get, the source said, and she told him, "They will love you, not because you're royal, because you care." Catherine had always believed that William's strength was his quiet emotional intelligence, his ability to listen, to stand still amid chaos, to make even strangers feel seen. And when Brazil responded not just with politeness but with genuine affection, Catherine knew her belief had been right all along. "Of course I'm a little jealous," she later joked to a Kensington Palace aide. "Who wouldn't want to be mobbed by thousands in the sunshine?" But then she smiled, and motioning to her son's photograph from the wreath-laying rehearsal, she added, "Besides, one of us had something even more important to witness." As cheers still echoed from Brazil to Buckingham Palace, a quieter transformation was taking place behind the wrought iron gates of royal life. The transfer of moral and ceremonial weight from a monarch in treatment to a prince in waiting and rising. For all the headlines about screaming crowds and warm handshakes in Rio, what mattered more in the long arc of the British monarchy was what came next. In the days following his return from South America, Prince William didn't bask in his newfound global spotlight. He didn't schedule high-profile interviews or photo op. Instead, he did what his grandmother, Queen Elizabeth II, had once advised him in private: let the moment land, let the people do the talking. According to one senior royal correspondent, William has adopted a deliberate, low-glare leadership style. He's not going to try and be flashy or reactionary, the source explained. He's not selling the monarchy. He's rebuilding its trust moment by moment. And that trust has never been more fragile. When Buckingham Palace announced in early 2024 that King Charles had been diagnosed with a form of cancer, later confirmed to be prostate-related, it marked more than a medical crisis. It initiated a stealth succession, one not defined by abdication or proclamation, but by necessity and design. The king continued with paperwork and private audiences, but the royal calendar began shifting. William presided over the Commonwealth Leaders Summit in July. He led the Remembrance Day rehearsals in October. He quietly took charge of pre-briefings with the Prime Minister, where once his father might have attended in person. Catherine, despite undergoing preventive rounds of therapy earlier in the year, also resumed limited engagements in the autumn, most notably a roundtable on early childhood mental health with NHS leaders. But aides confirm, every step was carefully choreographed with one long-term goal in mind: to prepare the public for the gradual passing of the torch. As one palace insider put it, the monarchy is still Charles's, constitutionally, but culturally, the reins are already in William and Catherine's hands. Recent polling by YouGov in October 2025 revealed a notable trend. 72% of respondents said they believed William was ready to be king. 69% felt Catherine would make a graceful and modern queen. Only 48% believed King Charles should remain on the throne beyond 2027. This wasn't a rebellion. It was a mood shift, a generational recalibration. Under William, the monarchy has slowly begun shedding its more rigid ceremonial skin in favor of accessible, service-driven symbolism. The prince now arrives at engagements in an unmarked electric vehicle, skips red carpets whenever possible, and insists on small, unpublicized pre-meetings with local community leaders before every overseas tour. His team calls it the Listen First protocol, and Brazil was its perfect test. He didn't walk into that favela with press cameras in his face, said a Brazilian journalist from Globo News. He walked in like a man who wanted to learn something. People felt that. That's why they cheered. Insiders believe that when William eventually becomes king, perhaps within 5 years, perhaps sooner, his reign will center around 3 major shifts. Reducing public spectacle. Fewer balcony moments. More town halls. Regional equity. Less focus on London-centric institutions. More on Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Generational trust. Using George, Charlotte, and Louis, not as icons, but as relatable, grounded public figures raised on compassion, not entitlement. It's not about erasing tradition. It's about reformatting it for a digital, skeptical, post-pandemic world. In that world, authenticity is currency, and William, without scandal, without theatrics, is becoming very rich in it. As one Brazilian columnist wrote, "We saw not a prince, but a man." And perhaps that's what royalty should become again. While Prince William's face now fronts the monarchy's forward momentum, it is Catherine, composed, quietly recovering, and unwaveringly dignified, who has become its emotional center. Behind the palace walls, aides no longer speak of the firm, as they once did in the Queen Elizabeth era, defined by rigidity, protocols, and distance. They now refer to it as the circle, a term that's increasingly used to describe a smaller, more intimate, more human core of royal life. And at the center of that circle, the Princess of Wales. It wasn't always meant to be this way. As recently as 2022, Catherine was seen largely through the lens of support, elegant, polished, present at William's side. A mother, a duchess, a figure of beauty and stability. But the past 18 months rewrote that perception entirely. In March 2024, Kensington Palace issued a simple but stunning statement. The Princess of Wales is undergoing treatment for cancer. No interviews, no detailed disclosures, just a filmed video from Catherine herself, sitting on a bench, framed by the trees of Windsor, her voice steady, her eyes slightly clouded with emotion. "This has been an incredibly tough few months for our family," she said. "But I've been surrounded by love and support, and I'm learning to take each day as it comes." That 98-second message reached over 100 million views across platforms within 48 hours. It was not just a health update. It was a cultural reset, a moment where a royal figure showed not strength through stoicism, but power through vulnerability. One palace staffer remembered the atmosphere after the video aired. No one knew how the public would respond, but the world just stopped. People saw her. Not the title, not the diamonds, just her. The hashtags number Pray for Catherine and number Stand with Kate trended globally for days. Letters poured into the palace, thousands of them, handwritten, emotional, addressed simply to Catherine. She responded to many of them personally. When Catherine re-emerged briefly in July 2024 for a private engagement supporting pediatric cancer research, she wore no formal jewelry, only a simple gold bracelet gifted to her by a family from Leeds, whose daughter had undergone treatment the year prior. "She didn't come as a princess," said one parent in attendance. "She came as a mother who understood." Later that summer, at Prince Louis's school ceremony, Catherine appeared in a plain blue linen dress, her hair tied back, no security detail visible. It was the first time in years she had been seen in public without a stylist, and yet the media praised her more than ever. Because by then, Catherine was no longer a figure of glossy perfection. She had become a figure of real-world resilience. The cancer hadn't defined her, but it had revealed her. In private, those close to her say Catherine has focused intensely on preparing her children for a different kind of royal life. George, already showing signs of composure under pressure. Charlotte, described as inquisitive, quietly fierce, and asking daily about world news. Louis, sensitive, playful, and always asking about Grandma Diana. Catherine reportedly keeps a framed quote in her study from Queen Elizabeth II's 1957 Christmas speech. "It has always been easy to hate and destroy. To build and to cherish is much more difficult." Friends say the quote reminds her daily that royalty isn't about commanding respect, it's about earning it, moment by moment. And in a post-Elizabeth, post-COVID, post-scandal world, that's precisely what she's doing. As one senior royal, Ed, described, "She's redefining what royal femininity looks like, not untouchable, not unreachable, but grounded, feeling, present." When William returned from Brazil and saw the footage of his wife quietly watching the crowds, he said only one thing: "She should have been there with me." But perhaps, in a way, she always was. Because even from Windsor, even in recovery, Catherine's quiet strength echoed across oceans. She is not the voice that shouts. She is the voice that lasts. At Buckingham Palace, they're not calling it a transition. Not yet. King Charles remains the sovereign. His signature still carries weight. His portraits still hang in government buildings across the Commonwealth. His voice still echoes through dispatches and official notes. And yet, a different kind of monarchy has been taking shape not through decree, but through presence. If Queen Elizabeth II's legacy was about endurance, and Charles's reign is marked by preservation, then William's will be remembered for one word: adaptation. And he is not doing it alone. William's gradual emergence as the monarchy's stabilizing force has been years in the making, but never more urgent than in the wake of 2024, the year that changed everything. That year saw a perfect storm: King Charles's cancer diagnosis, Princess Catherine's own health battle, a shifting political climate post-Brexit, cracks deepening between the monarchy and some Commonwealth nations, and the rising specter of generational disinterest. A less prepared institution may have buckled under that weight. But instead, the monarchy contracted. It became leaner, quieter, more deliberate. William cut down ceremonial excess. He reduced multi-car convoys. He canceled lavish dinners in favor of charity roundtables. His team banned any gift bags over £50 in value at events. At an early childhood summit, he reportedly said to organizers, We're here to serve, not be served. According to internal figures shared by royal budget analyst Philip Rawson, the working royal family is currently operating on 20% fewer public engagements than in 2019, but with a 35% increase in digital and community reach through live streams, outreach campaigns, and hybrid appearances. The Windsor strategy now mirrors that of modern social leadership: less pageantry, more proximity. Catherine recently conducted a kitchen table conversation on maternal mental health, filmed not in a palace, but at a modest community center in East London. The video reached 2.6 million viewers in 3 days, the same numbers that used to follow balcony appearances during Trooping the Colour. Even George, Charlotte, and Louis are being introduced slowly to this world, not through glossy royal photo ops, but through controlled, sincere moments of public service. A senior royal advisor described the change succinctly: "The idea is no longer to reign from above, it's to walk beside me." Sources close to William say he's already thinking ahead, not just about inheriting the throne, but reshaping what it symbolizes. And what does that future look like? Scaled-down coronations. A source confirmed William favors a far simpler investiture ceremony, when the time comes, likely drawing from Scandinavian monarchies, with less gold and more public participation. A digital Commonwealth. William reportedly wants to restructure the Commonwealth Youth Program into a global online learning and activism platform, connecting young leaders across 50 nations digitally, rather than through expensive delegations. Transparent royal finance. There are internal discussions about publishing an independent annual audit of the Duchy of Cornwall, a move that would be unprecedented in Windsor history. A symbolic military shift. While William continues ceremonial roles with the RAF and British Army, he's exploring partnerships with mental health charities to provide aftercare for veterans, especially those injured or suffering from PTSD. He wants to wear the crown as a connector, not a commander, one friend said. That's a big shift. Though still recovering, Catherine remains intricately involved in many of these long-term conversations. Advisors say she regularly attends strategy briefings via secure video when not appearing in person, and that she's offered emotional architecture for how the monarchy should present itself in this next chapter. She doesn't just ask, "What will people think?" said a source. She asks, "What will this feel like to the girl watching from Liverpool? To the grandmother in Barbados? To the boy in Glasgow who just lost his mum?" That instinct to feel forward is something William credits her with completely, and even in moments where she's not physically present, her influence is unmistakable. Take, for instance, the pin William wore on his Brazil visit, a small, nearly unnoticeable lapel badge of a swan, gifted by Catherine shortly before he boarded the plane. When asked about it by a Brazilian student, William reportedly smiled and said, "My wife once told me we're like swans, calm on the surface, but underneath, paddling like mad." That phrase, first whispered between them during the chaos of Charles's coronation, has since become a kind of royal doctrine, a message not just about survival, but about grace under pressure, about doing the work no one sees, about keeping the monarchy afloat in deep waters. As of this writing, King Charles remains the constitutional monarch. His health, while reportedly stabilized, still requires ongoing treatment. No abdication has been announced, and no regency has been formally discussed. And yet a new monarchy is already here, not through royal edict, but through presence, values, and a new kind of partnership. It is the monarchy of William and Catherine. Less about power, more about purpose. Less about legacy, more about living example. As one former palace chaplain reflected, Elizabeth gave us faith in continuity. William and Catherine, they give us faith in renewal. In Brazil, it was a cheering crowd that made William pause and smile. In Windsor, it was the quiet presence of his wife that helped him hold that smile longer. And soon, maybe not today, maybe not this year, but soon, the crown will rest upon a new brow. It will be lighter. It will be different, but it will be ready. As autumn set over Windsor, Catherine sat in the same garden where, months earlier, she had quietly filmed her message to the world, pale-faced but composed, revealing her cancer diagnosis with dignity and grace. This time, however, there were no cameras, just her children, giggling softly as they searched for chestnuts under the turning leaves. George had made a game of counting how many acorns he could collect before tea. Charlotte sat cross-legged on a blanket, reading aloud from a tattered copy of The Wind in the Willows. Louis was napping, his head resting in Catherine's lap. And William, in between briefings, state papers, and global calls, watched them from the kitchen window. It is in these moments, away from crowds and headlines, that the future of the monarchy is actually written. Because while thrones are inherited, trust is earned, and it is in the trust between a family and its people that the crown truly lives. In 2025, the world does not look to royalty for command. It looks for reassurance, for rootedness, for symbols that bend but don't break. Climate instability, global unrest, political uncertainty, these are the forces shaking democracies, economies, and social contracts across continents. And in that turbulence, even the most historic institutions must either evolve or become relics. The British monarchy, once untouchable, then scandal-touched, now cautiously redefined, is surviving not because it clings to gold, but because it has found a new kind of grace. A grace made visible not just in grand ceremonies, but in Catherine's embrace of a child undergoing chemo, in William's tearful eyes during a vigil in Sao Paulo, in George's quiet bow at the cenotaph beside veterans who remember wars he's only read about. These are not stage-managed photo ops. They are intentional echoes of a message long lost in royal noise. We are here to walk with you, not above you. Catherine's metaphor, first revealed in a rare moment during King Charles's coronation in 2023, has since become legendary within palace walls. "We're like swans," she had whispered to Camilla, Anne, and Sophie during a hushed moment behind the balcony curtains. Elegant above water, but paddling like mad beneath. It was a statement that broke the performative serenity of monarchy, replacing it with something far more human. And since then, it's been repeated in speeches, in interviews, even on royal Christmas cards, until it became the unofficial motto of a new era. The swan no longer just symbolizes purity or beauty. It symbolizes the truth behind the pageantry. Behind Catherine's smile at a charity gala? Pain, perhaps. Worry for her health. Behind William's calm composure in Brazil? The pressure of succession, of legacy, of a world expecting him to carry centuries on his back. Behind George's formal posture at school visits? A young boy trying to understand the weight of invisible crowns. But they continue together, paddling fiercely towards something better. In a rare off-the-record conversation with a close friend, later shared anonymously in a royal biographer's column, William is said to have summarized his philosophy for kingship in 5 words. Don't rule, build the bond. E continued. I don't want the crown to feel distant. I want people to see it at eye level. I want children to know it's not about diamonds, it's about duty. It's about showing up, even when you're tired. Especially then. As in, Catherine, in her own way, echoed this during a recent video call with cancer survivors in Glasgow. We're not perfect. We struggle. We cry. But we also laugh. We endure. And when we serve, we heal not just others, but ourselves too. And when young Charlotte was once asked by her friend at school what a queen does, she reportedly replied, "She takes care of people, even when they don't clap." Oh. As King Charles's reign enters its twilight, softened by treatment, reflection, and the reality of time, the monarchy he inherited from his mother is being passed not in ceremony, but in care. There is no sword or orb required, just quiet strength, humility, listening, showing up. William and Catherine are not rewriting the monarchy. They are translating it for a new generation, one that doesn't want perfection, but presence, one that won't bow easily, but will stand beside those who feel real. And in doing so, the crown becomes not a burden, but a shared promise. The final scene belongs not to palaces, crowds, or processions. It belongs to a Windsor garden, just before dusk. Catherine lights a candle on a small tray. William pours tea for his wife. George brings in the basket of acorns he's proudly collected. Charlotte sets down her book and wraps her arms around her brother. Louis stirs from his nap and mumbles, "Are we having tea?" And William, looking around at the life they've quietly built, full of pressure, yes, but fuller still of love, says simply, "This is the crown. This is what we protect." And Catherine, swan-hearted, serene, softly adds, "And this is why we endure." Buckingham Palace has rarely sounded this severe. At precisely 7:04 a.m., London time, the Royal Communications Office released a 17-word statement that reverberated through every newsroom in Europe. Lady Camilla will no longer be serving in any public or ceremonial royal capacity, by order of His Majesty. New embellishment, new royal flourish, just finality. Within minutes, television anchors broke into their morning broadcasts, commentators gasped on live radio, and the gates of Clarence House filled with photographers. What appeared at first to be another rumor of royal restructuring was in fact a constitutional earthquake. According to multiple senior palace aides, the crisis erupted 10 days earlier, when a routine security inspection of Realness House, the Duchess's private estate in Wiltshire, uncovered 2 highly sensitive items: a confidential draft of Queen Elizabeth II's final will, printed on government-decoded parchment, a Swiss auction contract authorizing the sale of a royal artifact, so historically symbolic it had been under restricted preservation since 1953, a mother-of-pearl and jade ceremonial fan used by Her late Majesty at her coronation. The contract, drawn up by the Geneva-based firm Maison Vaudry and CA, listed CR as the final signatory. Corporate filings traced the paperwork through 3 shell companies in Monaco, one of which was linked financially to Tom Parker Bowles, the Queen Consort's son. When auditors matched the auction item's description against the Royal Archive inventory, they realized the object carried a red-coded notation, "Nano-transferable," excluded from commerce, symbolic property of the sovereign crown. That single phrase meant the artifact could never leave royal custody. To attempt its sale was not just improper, it was a breach of sovereign trust, punishable under the Crown Heritage Protection Act of 1959. Insiders recount that King Charles learned of the findings while reviewing estate documents at Balmoral Castle. A senior advisor present described his reaction as quiet devastation, followed by unrestrained fury. The king ordered an emergency convocation of his inner council, the Prince of Wales, Princess Anne, and the Duke of Edinburgh. For 2 hours behind the sealed oak doors of the Green Drawing Room, the monarch demanded explanations. The evidence, he was told, was unequivocal. The fan's removal request had been logged under Camilla's personal clearance code, and a forged amendment to the late Queen's will written in blue fountain-pen ink, matching Camilla's handwriting, 92%, had been stored alongside it. The forged line was chillingly specific. Certain ceremonial heirlooms upon my departure may be bestowed under discretion of the Queen Consort. No such clause existed in the original document archived at the Royal Trust Vaults. To the king and his children, it looked like an attempt to grant Camilla unilateral control over the symbolic regalia of the monarchy, a constitutional trespass masked as sentiment. The financial audit revealed wire transfers totaling £2.4 million between the Monaco Holding Company and a London legal consultancy that had previously represented Tom Parker Bowles' publishing ventures. Although the funds were labeled as consulting fees, investigators could not identify any services rendered. A confidential memorandum circulated within the palace accounts office described the pattern as consistent with layered concealment. When confronted, Camilla reportedly denied wrongdoing, insisting the fan had been intended for temporary exhibition abroad to raise charity funds. But the inclusion of a sales clause in the Geneva contract rendered that defense implausible. A senior curator from the Royal Collection Trust summarized the gravity succinctly. To remove that fan from Windsor's vault is equivalent to removing the scepter from the coronation altar. Witnesses say Charles paced the long gallery of Balmoral in visible anguish before erupting, "She has traded our mother's memory for silver." The outburst, later confirmed by 2 aides, was the first direct rebuke of Camilla ever recorded within palace minutes. By evening, the king drafted an order invoking Section 3 of the Royal Household Governance Act, allowing the sovereign to suspend any member's ceremonial duties pending investigation. The directive, signed CR3 and sealed with crimson wax, was dispatched to Clarence House before midnight. Its consequence was immediate. Camilla's name was withdrawn from all forthcoming state programs, including the Commonwealth Remembrance Banquet and the Windsor Charity Gala, scheduled for November 20. Downing Street issued no comment, but several MPs privately described the scandal as the gravest institutional breach since the abdication of 1936. Markets reacted within hours. Shares in British Heritage Holdings, which manages royal exhibition licensing, fell 6.2% in morning trading. Royal watchers noted that Prince William's motorcade arrived at Kensington Palace before dawn the next day, followed soon after by Prince Edward, an unmistakable sign that the younger generation had united behind the king. As one senior courtier confided to The Times, "This isn't merely a family crisis. It's a line in the sand between legacy and liability." The palace's silence, since that announcement, speaks louder than any proclamation. But one truth now dominates every headline in Britain. Queen Camilla's era has ended not by abdication, but by exposure. While the monarchy reeled from the shock of the king's emergency directive, the epicenter of the investigation shifted quietly, yet firmly, to Realness House, Camilla's secluded private residence in Wiltshire. Purchased in 1996 after her divorce from Andrew Parker Bowles, the property had long been regarded as her personal sanctuary, far removed from the ceremonial trappings of royal life. But following the revelations surrounding the illicit contract tied to the 1953 coronation fan, Realness was no longer viewed as a retreat. It became the subject of a full-blown royal inquiry, led by the Palace Security Division, under authorization from the King's Privy Council. The initial inspection was routine, a biannual audit of encrypted safes and secure storage as required under the Royal Protocol for Private Estates. But what began as standard procedure became a turning point when, In one of Camilla's lesser-used guest suites, a discreetly embedded floor safe failed to respond to biometric clearance. Technicians had to override the lock. Inside were 3 objects. A folder marked E2 Private Correspondence, not for general review. A Cartier box containing a jade and mother-of-pearl fan, wrapped in blue silk. A printed document stamped with the letterhead of the Royal Council Office, with visible ink annotations in blue fountain pen. The document, upon analysis, turned out to be a previously unknown draft of Queen Elizabeth II's will. Unlike all authenticated versions, this one contained a handwritten amendment inserted into a paragraph on ceremonial property. This line stood out: "Certain ceremonial heirlooms, upon my departure, may be bestowed under discretion of the Queen Consort." The ink was subjected to forensic ink dating. While the paper matched official stock from the Royal Legal Division, the ink was less than 2 years old, dating it post-Elizabeth's passing. Handwriting analysts from Cranfield Institute of Graphology, contracted quietly by palace aides, confirmed a 92% match with Camilla's handwriting, particularly her signature loop strokes and pressure point curves. This amendment, if believed to be authentic, would have granted Camilla unprecedented access to the redistribution of royal heirlooms. But in reality, it was never signed by the Queen. That fact alone, unauthorized modification of a royal testament, escalated the affair from scandal to potential constitutional fraud. Simultaneously, palace auditors traced the corporate pathway of the fan's proposed auction. The Swiss firm Maison Vaudry & Cie was initially approached via a holding company named Velmont Heritage SA, registered in Monaco. Further digging revealed that one of the directors of Velmont was also on the board of a gourmet publishing venture linked to Tom Parker Bowles. Tom, a food writer by trade, and long known to avoid palace politics, now found himself ensnared in what the media dubbed the Heritage Shell scheme. Though no direct statement has been made by Tom, insiders say he was visibly shaken when confronted by palace legal counsel. While his role remains unclear, the coincidence of shared financial directors painted a troubling picture of possible nepotistic channeling of royal assets. In the vacuum of Camilla's disappearance from public duty, it was Princess Catherine who first stepped into the ceremonial void. On the morning following the revelation, she was photographed leaving Windsor Chapel with Lady Louise Windsor, symbolizing a generational shift in guidance and stewardship. At the same time, Prince William summoned the Royal Historical Trust to review all heirloom transfers from the last 2 years. Sources close to the trust indicate that at least 7 items, including a pair of pearl drop earrings once worn by Queen Victoria, are currently unaccounted for in the official palace registry. This triggered what one aide referred to as the restoration audit, a meticulous tracing of any object classified as non-commercial ceremonial heritage that may have left official custody without sovereign consent. Legally, the royal family is considered above prosecution under British constitutional custom. But palace sources confirmed that the Attorney General was consulted about whether Camilla's alleged forgery and illicit contracting, while not criminal in the public sense, constituted violations of royal oath and constitutional guardianship. One royal legal scholar commented, "This isn't about jail, it's about guardianship of the crown. To tamper with a sovereign will is akin to rewriting history." No charges would be filed, but the palace made its position clear. Camilla had abused her station to manipulate the sacred boundaries of heritage, succession, and honor. The king was described as broken but resolved. In the days following the discovery, he was seen meeting privately with Princess Anne, who reportedly told him, "You can forgive her in private, but you must correct her in public." Prince Edward, typically silent in matters of palace intrigue, took a surprisingly firm stance, calling the act a betrayal of mother's values. His wife Sophie, reportedly in tears, was seen comforting Lady Louise, who had previously looked up to Camilla as a senior female figure in the family. For Prince William, the incident served as final proof of the need to modernize inheritance protections and the future Queen Catherine's symbolic elevation as the ethical steward of the monarchy. "This was never about an object," one insider said. "It's about what kind of institution we want to leave our children." To the average observer, a fan may seem like an ornamental relic, delicate and historic perhaps, but hardly powerful. But within the context of the British monarchy, the 1,953 coronation fan of Queen Elizabeth II was far more than an accessory. It was a sacred artifact of continuity, a living emblem of the crown's silent rituals. And now, in the wake of Camilla's attempted auction of this national heirloom, its symbolism had turned into a lightning rod of fury, grief, and reckoning. Crafted by hand in 1952 by Maison du Villeroy, the famed Parisian fan maker, The object was a gift from the House of Commons to the young queen upon her accession. It featured white silk taffeta embroidered with the House of Windsor crest, and its sticks were made of mother-of-pearl, inlaid with Burmese rubies and polished jade, forming an intricate mosaic of British and Commonwealth iconography. But what made this fan historically untouchable was not merely its materials, it was its function. Used only once in public on the 2nd of June 1953, during a private moment inside Westminster Abbey, after the coronation crown had been placed upon Elizabeth's head, the fan was considered by palace historians as one of the quiet regalia, ceremonial tools never flaunted but preserved in reverence. According to Her Majesty's will, declassified in limited form after her passing, this fan was to remain in protective custodianship, neither transferred nor appraised nor displayed beyond the royal vaults as a sacred token of service and silent power. The Queen's private secretary at the time of her death, Sir Geoffrey Haddon, was said to have insisted the fan never be photographed up close, as it was intended for the divine eye, not the public lens. That such an object found itself entangled in commercial dealings, worse still, linked to Camilla's signature, represented more than an overreach. To traditionalists and loyalists, it was nothing short of desecration. The Swiss auction house Maison Vaudry & Cie had begun issuing private previews to elite collectors under the codename Lot 2157, Elizabeth's Whisper. Though it was disguised as an estate piece of uncertain provenance, insiders confirmed that VIP clients were told off-record that it was a monarchical relic with unmatched pedigree. One of those clients, a former U.S. ambassador with close ties to the Royal Collection Trust, grew suspicious and alerted British consular staff in Geneva. Within 48 hours, legal action halted the listing. It was this act of anonymous intervention that triggered the emergency audit and ultimately led to King Charles's fury, which insiders claim boiled over in a closed-door meeting at Clarence House when he saw Camilla's signed authorization form. "You do not sell legacy," he is reported to have shouted. "You guard it. You hand it down. You don't put it behind glass in Zurich." The rare outburst was heard by multiple aides and even reportedly caused Camilla to leave the room visibly shaken. In her private correspondence, later leaked to the Times, Camilla attempted to justify her actions. The item was never in ceremonial use post 1953. Its historical value seemed appropriate for curated display in a European institution. This statement did little to calm the storm. In fact, it backfired. Curated display was interpreted as a euphemism for luxury auction, while European institution was easily connected to Vaudry, a commercial auctioneer, not a museum. Behind the scenes, some members of Camilla's inner circle claimed she had been advised poorly and genuinely believed she had discretionary authority. But documents from the Royal Council showed no clause or amendment granting such authority to any queen consort, past or present. The nail in the coffin came with the handwriting analysis on the forged draft of the Queen's will. As news broke of the fan's near sale, social media exploded. The hashtags #FanOfBetrayal and #Elizabeth's Whisper trended for 3 days, alongside renewed calls for increased transparency in how royal relics are managed. Royal biographer Cecilia Langford wrote in The Guardian, "The monarchy does not endure because it holds diamonds. It endures because it holds memory, and this fan, soft, light, sacred, was memory made manifest." And the broader public, many of whom had never even heard of the fan before, now latched onto it as a symbol of everything that must be protected from commercialism, ego, and internal decay. Young Britons in particular, usually apathetic toward royal affairs, took to TikTok to decry what they called boomer betrayal of legacy. While Camilla remained absent from public life, it was Princess Catherine, the Princess of Wales, who performed a subtle yet unmistakable act of contrast. At a remembrance service in Windsor the following week, Catherine wore a brooch designed in tribute to Queen Elizabeth's 1953 coronation fan, made not of silk or rubies, but white enamel and a single freshwater pearl. "It was gifted," she said quietly to a guest, "to honor something that should never have left our hands." She then donated £25,000 to the Royal Trust Restoration Fund, ensuring the safe preservation of minor regalia and ceremonial tools not covered under the National Archives. A palace staffer told The Telegraph, "She said nothing against Camilla, but everyone in the room heard what she stood for." Beyond public image, the damage was logistical as well. Trust in the royal custodial protocol, the detailed matrix by which heirlooms are tracked, had eroded. Private donors threatened to withdraw contributions unless new safeguards were implemented. The Royal Collection Trust saw a 19% dip in planned estate loans from private families. Worst of all, questions emerged in Parliament about the opaque nature of royal inheritance and object protection. Though unlikely to lead to direct legislation, it stirred unease within the Crown estate. "It is rare for an object so delicate to do so much damage," said one MP. But then again, so was the Queen. In the solemn stillness of Windsor's private gallery, two heirs to the House of Windsor stood before the imperial state diadem, a crown that had graced the heads of queens for generations. But in that moment, for Prince William and Prince Edward, it wasn't a symbol of majesty, it was a mirror of crisis. The scandal surrounding Queen Camilla's covert dealings, the near auction of Queen Elizabeth II's sacred coronation fan, and the forged clause in a hidden will draft had shaken the monarchy's very foundation. But it was not only the crown that suffered, it was the trust between generations. On the second Sunday of November, with the monarchy's public calendar paused for remembrance services, Prince William quietly invited Prince Edward to a closed meeting at Sandringham House. Only 4 aides were present. According to a leaked diplomatic cable later confirmed by the Sunday Times, the topic was titled bluntly, "Institutional Integrity, Contingency and Containment." This was not just about punishing Camilla, it was about securing the institution itself and ensuring that ceremonial and spiritual authority would no longer be subject to personal ambition or financial manipulation. Edward, known for his discretion and deep respect for his late mother's ceremonial codes, brought with him a folder labeled Custodianship Protocols 1950-2022, detailing every item considered non-transferable by Queen Elizabeth II. "We have to set a precedent now," Edward reportedly told William, "before trust becomes another item on the auction block." How? What triggered this decisive moment was not just the near sale of the coronation fan, but an internal audit William ordered, using MI5 secured forensic accounting teams that uncovered 3 additional objects listed under suspicious handling. A diamond-set reliquary cross, worn by Elizabeth II during the Maundy Thursday service in 1981, moved to Realness House in 2023. An embroidered altar cloth, believed to have been used in the 1977 Silver Jubilee, stored without clearance in a Parisian archival vault. A handwritten note from Winston Churchill to Queen Elizabeth, missing from the Royal Archives since 2022. None of these objects had clearance to be removed from the royal vault, and all, according to asset trail documents, shared indirect pathways through a Luxembourg-registered trust, a trust linked to a holding company owned by Tom Parker Bowles's business associate, François Delacroix. This damning pattern confirmed what many feared. The integrity of the royal collection had been compromised at its most symbolic level. And worse, the person orchestrating the movement of these objects wasn't a rogue staffer, it was the Queen Consort herself. As internal discussions grew increasingly urgent, the palace was forced to maintain public appearances. But behind every carefully worded press statement, tension grew. William, according to senior aides, refused to attend any event involving Camilla. At the Festival of Remembrance, held at the Royal Albert Hall, William stood 3 rows away from Camilla, offering only a nod, no handshake, no words. Catherine, standing beside him, wore a brooch modeled after the coronation fan, as a subtle yet unmistakable statement of solidarity with the Queen's legacy. Meanwhile, Edward's wife Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh, made a rare public speech at the British Archives Society, emphasizing the non-negotiable importance of archival trust and royal custodianship. It was the first time in decades a royal had made such an explicit statement on internal safeguarding. 2 weeks after the initial confrontation, King Charles called a meeting at Balmoral, the late Queen's favorite sanctuary, and the symbolic heart of her personal monarchy. All senior working royals were present: William and Catherine, Edward and Sophie, Princess Anne, the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester, Camilla. The meeting, according to insiders, lasted 6 hours. At one point, the room was cleared to allow only the king and his 2 sons. It was then that Charles made the pivotal decision. According to a transcript leak obtained by the Daily Mirror, "This cannot follow us into the new reign. We must leave no room for doubt in the public mind or in our own conscience. Camilla will no longer represent this house in any public or ceremonial capacity." Sources close to Camilla say she broke into tears when informed she was being stripped of her queen consort status. She pleaded that she had acted with the crown's dignity in mind, and that the confusion over the Queen's will was an honest misjudgment. But no one, not Anne, not Edward, and certainly not William, spoke in her defense. She was told she would retain residency at Realness House but would no longer carry titles, perform engagements, or represent the crown abroad or domestically. The following morning, Clarence House released the now infamous 17-word statement. Lady Camilla will no longer be serving in any public or ceremonial royal capacity by order of His Majesty. The public reaction was swift and, surprisingly, largely supportive. Polls conducted by YouGov 2 days after the announcement showed 71% of Britons approved of the decision to demote Camilla. 83% supported increased transparency for royal heirloom protection. 63% believed Camilla's actions had caused serious harm to the monarchy's image. Young voters on social platforms celebrated William and Edward's resolve, using hashtags like #CrownCleanse and #ProtectTheLegacy. Memes emerged of Catherine as the guardian of the fan, and even the BBC ran a special titled, "When Royals Go Rogue, the Camilla Files." But for those within the monarchy, the celebration was muted. One senior aide described the mood best. It was not a victory. It was a necessary incision to keep the patient alive. In the weeks following Camilla's dramatic fall from royal grace, the burden of symbolic restoration fell on a figure long admired for her discretion, elegance, and moral clarity, Catherine, Princess of Wales. Though not in line for the throne herself, Catherine had, over the years, built a unique form of public legitimacy as a spiritual heir to Queen Elizabeth II's values, as well as a stabilizing force in the future monarchy. Now, in the shadow of scandal, that reputation became essential not only for healing public perception, but for rebuilding internal trust within the royal household and the nation alike. Within days of Camilla's demotion, Prince William quietly appointed Catherine to lead a newly formed internal oversight group, the Royal Collection Review Committee. The group's mission was clear: audit, trace, and reaffirm the custody of all ceremonial objects, archives, and heirlooms connected to the sovereign legacy. Catherine's appointment sent a message that could not be ignored. Her presence brought gravitas. She wasn't just auditing a vault, she was safeguarding the crown's soul. Accompanied by experts from the Royal Archives, legal advisors from the Crown Office, and representatives from the House of Lords Heritage Subcommittee, Catherine personally reviewed over 170 classified ceremonial items held at Windsor, Sandringham, and Balmoral. According to a palace insider, it wasn't about inventory, it was about accountability. She insisted on hand-verifying every item linked to Elizabeth II's coronation. The House of Commons took notice. In a rare moment of bipartisan unity, Parliament introduced the Sovereign Legacy Protection Act, a bill designed to criminalize unauthorized removal or sale of royal ceremonial assets, classify forged royal documents as acts of constitutional fraud, mandate digital tracking and vault integration for royal heirlooms. The bill, informally dubbed the Catherine Clause by MPs, passed its second reading with 92% support. On a rain-slicked morning outside Buckingham Palace, Catherine made a quiet, powerful gesture. Attending a children's charity event, she wore Queen Elizabeth's grey-blue sapphire brooch, a piece unseen since the late Queen's final Christmas message. Observers noted, it was not worn in celebration, it was worn in stewardship. The message was unmistakable. The monarchy would rise not by silence, but by principle. When the palace released its terse 17-word statement, Lady Camilla will no longer be serving in any public or ceremonial royal capacity by order of His Majesty, it was more than just a formal rebuke. It was a seismic reset, the kind not seen since the abdication crisis of 1936. For Camilla, once a central figure of modern monarchy reinvention, it was the ultimate erasure, quiet, clinical, and irreversible. Within 24 hours of the announcement, Camilla was relocated to Raymill House, her private residence in Wiltshire, where she was instructed to cease all engagements under the sovereign banner. Her official portraits were removed from the Royal Collection website. Invitations bearing her crest were revoked. Clarence House staff operating under her authority were either reassigned or let go. Though she retains the title, Lady Camilla, insiders confirm it holds no ceremonial weight, no precedence, no budget. "She's not in exile by geography," said one former courtier. "She's in exile by silence. That's worse." Public reaction was swift and divided. Some saw the king's actions as long overdue, a painful but necessary move to restore integrity after decades of whispered favoritism and unaccountable privilege. Others viewed it as a tragedy, a love story shattered under the weight of legacy and betrayal. International press dubbed the moment the shadow abdication, the Times. Camilla's fall, a crown too far, Der Spiegel. From Queen to Quiet, the Sydney Herald. More than 22 million viewers tuned in to the BBC's emergency special broadcast, while a YouGov flash poll reported that 68% of Britons approved of King Charles's decision, citing preservation of Elizabeth II's wishes as the dominant reason. Camilla's failed maneuver may have been personal, but its fallout has constitutional consequences. A private ledger leaked to The Guardian showed that legal containment and recovery efforts cost the sovereign grant over £2 million, including a full forensic audit of ceremonial inventories, multi-agency investigations into trust violations, reinforcement of royal vault security with AI monitoring. In response, Parliament introduced the Sovereign Safeguards Bill, now requiring independent oversight on all royal heritage assets, a move that limits royal discretionary power for the first time in modern monarchy history. Behind the scenes, this reckoning would not have happened without the firm, quiet resistance of Prince William and Prince Edward, who worked with Lady Louise Windsor and trusted palace aides to trace the paper trail of forged documents and uncover the manipulation. William, in particular, emerged not only as a protector of Elizabeth II's legacy, but as a new-age constitutional monarch in the making, discreet, ethical, and unafraid to confront decay within. His final internal memo to staff read, "We do not inherit the crown. We inherit the duty to honor it." As of this writing, Camilla has made no public statement, no apology, no defense. Her image, once on banners, coins, and charity publications, has all but vanished. Queen Elizabeth II once said in her Christmas address, "It has always been easy to destroy, but infinitely harder to build." In that spirit, the monarchy now attempts to rebuild, not with ceremony or spectacle, but with transparency, humility, and reckoning. And that reckoning began with a fan of silk, a forged line of ink, and the courage to say no. In a move that has shaken the very foundations of the British monarchy, Prince Edward, Duke of Edinburgh, has unveiled a staggering internal financial scandal involving his own niece's husband, Edoardo Mapelli Mazzi. The once celebrated royal son-in-law now stands permanently stripped of all duties and honors after secretly diverting royal funds through a falsified charity network known as the Sun Fund. The exposé, triggered by a clandestine recording, reveals not only a vast corruption scheme, but also the quiet resilience of Edward, the monarchy's most underestimated guardian. Buckingham Palace, long a symbol of continuity, tradition, and imperial splendor, found itself the backdrop of an unfolding scandal that now rivals some of the greatest royal crises in modern memory. The British press, seasoned in tracking every flutter of royal fashion and ceremony, was unprepared for the gravity of what would become known internally as the Sun Fund affair. But before the headlines, before the viral video, and before the royal decree of exile, there was silence. And in that silence stood Prince Edward. Traditionally described as the most reserved and dutiful of Queen Elizabeth II's children, Edward had rarely courted attention. In a family dominated by flashier narratives, his father's gaffes, his brother Andrew's disgrace, Harry's rupture with royal life, Edward was, at best, background. But that invisibility would become his advantage. From that obscurity, he observed, and when the time came, he acted not out of ambition, but out of duty to a crown he had served with quiet reverence his entire life. The roots of the scandal trace back not to a headline, but to a moment, a hushed moment in a hallway of Windsor Castle. There, amidst champagne flutes and courtly laughter during a private royal banquet, Edward overheard a conversation. The voices were low, conspiratorial, and unmistakable. One belonged to Edoardo Mapelli Mazzi, Princess Beatrice's husband. The other, to Robert Ainsworth, the royal accountant. To the untrained ear, their conversation might have sounded like routine investment chatter, phrases about transfers, external contributors, audits. But to Edward, who had long served on the Royal Asset Management Council, something rang off. The mention of the Sun Fund, a name not found on any official record, raised his instinct for preservation. In the polished corridors of Windsor, he began to understand. The monarchy wasn't being served, it was being siphoned. Rather than confront his niece's husband directly, Edward leaned into his years of disciplined restraint. He took out his phone not for a call, but for a recording. What followed was a quiet operation, months long, shaped not by grand declarations but by methodical investigation and sharp intuition. Within weeks of that recording, Edward began cross-referencing royal budget ledgers, tracing inconsistencies, and discreetly consulting archived accounts. He returned to Windsor, to the cold scent of marble floors and ancestral oil paintings, not as a smiling presence at ceremonial events, but as a quiet detective haunted by suspicion. The more he examined, the clearer it became. The monarchy was being used as a laundering mechanism, and the Sun Fund, a supposedly philanthropic entity aiding underprivileged children abroad, was the golden front. The deeper Edward went, the more isolated he became. Edoardo, sensing unease, began to fight back not with legal counteraction, but with whispers. Rumors began to swirl through courtier circles. that Edward had grown unstable, resentful of the younger generation, fixated on ghost conspiracies within palace books. Edward's long-standing composure became weaponized against him, his silence misread as suspicion, his vigilance reframed as paranoia. But Edward did not relent. He made one final move, one that would alter the royal legacy and expose the web of deceit. He called upon Lady Charlotte Finch, the respected royal archivist, and pressed gently. At first, she denied any irregularities, but when Edward named the fund aloud, her eyes faltered. That evening, she returned to his study, soaked by a London storm, and trembling, placed a black USB drive on his desk. It contained exact copies of royal financial data, unmanipulated, untouched, undeniable. Edward had his proof, but the enemy had its plan. On the day of the Royal Council's emergency session, Edward walked into Buckingham's historic chamber with quiet gravity. In his hand, printed documents and the USB. In his coat pocket, his phone, still holding the original hallway video. And at the far end of the table sat Edoardo Mapelli-Mazzi, still cloaked in his usual charm. As Edward began to present the data, the USB failed its contents, mysteriously corrupted, erased remotely by unknown means. Gasps echoed through the room, murmurs of sabotage. And then, Edoardo stood. With faux humility and broken-hearted disbelief, he declared his innocence, accusing Edward of delusion and envy. For a moment, it seemed the tide would turn against Edward, until he pulled out the phone. The council fell into silence as the screen flickered to life. They saw the corridor. They heard the voices. The monarchy heard the truth, and the fallout had only just begun. The monarchy's golden halo has long been built on pageantry, philanthropy, and the illusion of unshakable moral clarity. But part 2 of this unfolding scandal exposes how that halo was twisted into a smokescreen by one of its own sons-in-law. Beneath the shimmering surface of the Sun Fund, supposedly created to uplift impoverished children through education, lay a labyrinth of offshore entities, phantom consultants, and high-level deceit. And at the center of it all, Edoardo Mapelli-Mazzi. Long before the Royal Emergency Council convened, Prince Edward had begun to draw a map, a private one built from sleepless nights, decades of experience with royal budgeting, and the silent drive of a man too proud to confront through accusations alone. He started with public records. On the surface, the Sun Fund looked pristine. Registered as a UK-based charity, its homepage showcased stock photos of schoolchildren in sun-drenched villages. Its mission was noble: provide scholarships, books, and infrastructure to underserved communities in former Commonwealth nations. Edward knew better. The donations appeared substantial, even admirable. But something was off. The inflows didn't match the outflows. For every £1 million in public or private contributions reported, less than 12% reached any documented program overseas. The rest? It vanished, transferred under the guise of administrative fees, consultancy, or regional operations. Upon closer inspection, these recipients weren't third-party NGOs. They were shell companies, masked by generic names, with registered addresses in places like the British Virgin Islands, Cyprus, and Panama. All roads led back to Edoardo. The structure was elegant in its simplicity and its criminality. Edoardo, through his position as a royal son-in-law, had been allowed limited access to certain administrative channels, especially those involving royal-endorsed charitable initiatives. He leveraged that privilege to create a donor pipeline between the royal budget and the Sun Fund. Edward discovered that portions of palace funds earmarked for community engagement, estate preservation, and even royal art conservation had, through bureaucratic sleight of hand, been reallocated into external philanthropic partnerships. From there, those funds made their way into the Sun Fund, only to be drained through a sequence of fake contracts, ultimately funneled into entities controlled or influenced by Edoardo himself. And it wasn't just Edoardo. Robert Ainsworth, the royal accountant, played a quiet but pivotal role. His signature was found on several authorizations for disbursements to verified external agencies. Edward knew those agencies never existed. What had started as a vague suspicion in a corridor had now become an accounting web of international scale. The more Edward traced, the more hauntingly regular the patterns became. He noted that each donation to the Sun Fund curiously followed, by just days, the disappearance of palace funds from internal budget lines. Sometimes, a £750,000 grant for Windsor Castle restoration vanished with no invoice trail, only to reappear days later, in the Sun Fund's donation reports as a gift from Balthier Consulting Limited. After some searching, Balthier turned out to be an empty name attached to an offshore mailbox in Curaçao. Its listed director? A nominee employed by one of Edoardo's property firms 5 years earlier. And yet, publicly, Eduardo remained, the charming outsider turned insider, known for his slick-back hair, composed smile, and glossy real estate ventures. He had built a persona tailor-made for upper society. He was the success story, the man who married into royalty and stayed out of tabloid trouble, the man who now sat on advisory panels for youth empowerment and architectural preservation. No one questioned him, and if they did, they never had proof. That was what made Edward's findings so dangerous. But information alone wasn't enough. Edward needed irrefutable evidence. That's where Lady Charlotte Finch re-entered the picture. As the royal archivist, she oversaw the digital and physical ledger systems that held decades of financial documents. If Edward could get access to the unredacted ledgers, the true ones, not the revised versions presented during annual audits, he would have more than patterns. He'd have hard proof. It wasn't easy. Lady Charlotte was known for her discretion, her loyalty to protocol, and her reluctance to engage in any palace intrigue. But when Edward asked about the Sun Fund in a seemingly casual conversation, he saw something flicker in her eyes. Not guilt, but fear. She denied knowing anything unusual. Yet that night, she returned to Edward's private study. Drenched in rain, visibly trembling, she said nothing at first. She simply handed him a small black USB drive. When Edward opened the files later that evening, what he found confirmed every fear. Scanned financial documents, original versions of erasure logs, and metadata records showing manual deletions performed under Robert Ainsworth's credentials, but ordered under a proxy email linked to a Mapelli Mazzi firm. The Sun Fund was not a charity. It was a vault, one that had siphoned millions from royal coffers under the guise of altruism, while the royal family smiled at ribbon cuttings and gave speeches about global compassion. The duplicity was surgical, but now, thanks to Edward's persistence and Charlotte's quiet courage, it was unraveling. And with each document, each traceable transaction, the question grew louder. For every act of truth-telling inside the palace, there is a corresponding ripple of retaliation. And Prince Edward, though armed with documents, silent footage, and hard-earned moral clarity, soon found himself drowning in something far more corrosive than numbers: narrative. In Part 3, we trace how Edoardo Mapelli Mazzi turned the full weight of modern media, private influence, and even psychological warfare against the one man threatening to expose him, and how the House of Windsor nearly lost its most quietly loyal protector to the storm of slander. The royal family operates on two currencies: power and perception. Edward knew this. He had grown up in a household where discretion was survival, and where scandal could dismantle dynasties faster than politics ever could. So it came as no surprise when, shortly after he began requesting sensitive financial records, whispers began trailing him through palace hallways like shadows. At first, it was subtle. An assistant paused too long before offering a greeting. A family aide he'd known for decades deflected questions with veiled concern. Then came the speculative comments in the tabloids masked as gossip columns. Has the Duke of Edinburgh become reclusive? Is Edward battling burnout after decades of behind-the-scenes duties? What seemed like harmless curiosity soon spiraled into a weaponized whisper campaign. The true assault began with an anonymous leak to a major broadsheet, suggesting Edward had been obsessively paranoid about royal finances and had made serious allegations without proof. Palace sources, unnamed but suspiciously articulate, hinted that the prince was suffering from acute stress and had requested reduced duties. None of it was true, but none of it needed to be. The seeds had been planted. Behind the curtain, Eduardo's influence pulsed. Though never directly traceable, Edward and his small circle of trusted contacts could link sudden public relations pivots back to private consultants hired through one of Eduardo's real estate holding companies. These PR agents were no strangers to the gray zones of reputation management, ghostwriting articles, fabricating insider sources, and painting heroes as unstable burdens to their own legacy. And yet, the campaign's most effective tool was emotional: silence. Edward began noticing how even close relatives hesitated to approach him at royal events. Princess Anne, always cordial, now watched him carefully before speaking. The Duchess of Gloucester avoided eye contact altogether. The walls were closing in not because he lacked evidence, but because he now carried a contagious stain: doubt. Even King Charles, bound by the throne's impartiality, maintained a calculated distance. He did not obstruct Edward's actions, but he did not embrace them either. To the king, this was a family matter that threatened public confidence at a time when the monarchy was fighting for relevance post-Elizabeth. He could not afford chaos. Eduardo knew this. And so, while Edward sifted through files and cross-checked offshores, Eduardo smiled his way through charity galas, family luncheons, and sleek magazine interviews. His charm offensive was flawless. Photos of him helping disadvantaged schoolchildren abroad ironically funded by the same charity he manipulated, appeared days before Edward's financial audit requests reached council desks. Then came the masterstroke. A headline ran in a major paper: Prince Edward's late night emails and the mental toll of monarchy. The article described a man deeply troubled by the pressure of responsibility, citing a palace insider who claimed Edward once believed shadow firms were hiding beneath royal accounts. He's not dangerous, the piece concluded, but he's clearly overwhelmed. The implication was surgical. Even if Edward were right, he was now unwell. A sympathetic case study, not a whistleblower. It was psychological warfare dressed in sympathy, a dismissal by concern. At the heart of this manipulation was something deeply cruel: the use of Edward's own nature against him. His silence, once his armor, became a target. His lack of spectacle, long considered a strength, was now portrayed as social withdrawal. Where once he had been the stable son, he was now recast as the forgotten one with something to prove. And still, he said nothing. He went to work. He showed up. He combed spreadsheets, reviewed server logs, and circled names in old ledgers that connected shell companies back to Eduardo's business empire. But now, every step forward was accompanied by a step back in perception. His accusations, no matter how factual, were being framed as obsession. Even Princess Beatrice, caught between love and loyalty, began to waver. She stopped replying to Edward's quiet invitations to speak privately. At family dinners, she sat beside her husband and smiled tightly whenever Edward entered the room. Her gaze said what her voice couldn't: "Please, don't make this worse." It was during this period of psychological siege that Edward received a message. It wasn't an email. It was a small envelope, hand-delivered by a discreet royal aide with no return name. Inside, a single sheet of paper, typed in simple, serif font. One line only: "Investigate the Sun Fund. It starts there." There was no signature, no heading, just that. But Edward didn't need more. It was confirmation from someone inside. Perhaps Charlotte, perhaps another uneasy accomplice. But it meant one thing: he wasn't imagining it. This wasn't obsession, it was organized crime. The monarchy wasn't just being stolen from it, was being rewritten, repainted, reprogrammed, and he was being erased alongside it. He stared at the paper for a long while. Then he folded it once, slid it into his coat pocket, and left the room. If the public wouldn't hear him, the numbers would. If the king wouldn't yet trust him, the proof would. And if Eduardo wanted a war of narratives, Edward would respond the only way he knew how: with truth, measured, documented, unshakable. Because what they mistook for frailty was, in fact, discipline. And what they dismissed as silence was about to become thunder. The monarchy has survived wars, abdications, assassinations, and scandals, yet few moments in its recent history compared to the tension that seized Buckingham Palace on the night Prince Edward prepared to present what he believed to be the decisive proof of Eduardo Mapelli Mazzi's corruption. Part 4 uncovers the critical final phase of Edward's investigation: the confession that changed the course of the scandal, the attempted erasure of digital evidence, and the moment the royal council found itself staring at treason in real time. For Edward, the turning point came not through confrontation, but through exhaustion, someone else's exhaustion. Lady Charlotte Finch, the meticulous, soft-spoken custodian of the royal archives, had become an unwilling participant in Eduardo's scheme. She had been ordered to delete specific financial datasets, wipe server logs, and certify altered accounting records. And for weeks, she obeyed, not out of complicity, but out of fear. Fear of losing her position, fear of retribution, fear of being the one blamed if the truth emerged. But fear eventually breaks. It was close to midnight when Edward heard a hesitant knock at the door of his private study. Rain hammered against the palace windows, and the corridors were empty, silent, except for occasional creaks in the historic floorboards. When he opened the door, Charlotte stood drenched, her coat clinging to her trembling arms, her hair plastered to her cheeks. She didn't speak. She simply extended her hand, and in it lay a small, black USB drive. For a moment, they just looked at each other. She didn't need to explain. Her eyes said everything. This was the truth she was not allowed to keep. Inside the study, under the dim light of an antique desk lamp, Edward inserted the USB into his laptop. At first, only ordinary documents appeared: budget drafts, committee minutes, routine expense authorizations. But then, beneath a folder labeled Archive C Logs, lay the unedited files, the raw ledgers, the original transfer records, the metadata of deletion requests. And beneath those audio fragments, server snapshots, even internal memos, showing how Robert Ainsworth had been coerced into enabling Eduardo's activities. It was an archive of the crime. Charlotte's lips parted, but her voice was nearly gone. She described how she had been cornered by Eduardo and Robert in the records office weeks earlier, how they had insisted she was preserving the monarchy from unnecessary strain by erasing certain anomalies, how Robert had stood behind her while she keyed in administrative overrides that bypassed default security logs, how Eduardo himself had reassured her that the crown would thank her someday. Her hands shook as she spoke. She had followed orders until she couldn't breathe under their weight. And even as she confessed, she apologized, repeatedly apologized for being deceived, for hesitating, for being afraid. Edward, moved beyond words, reassured her that fear was never a betrayal, but silence in the face of truth was. And she had chosen truth. But Eduardo was not idle. The morning after Edward secured Charlotte's evidence, a palace technician reported unusual traffic within the internal network. Someone had remotely attempted to access restricted directories using proxy credentials. Edward suspected the worst. He doubled back, secured his files offline, and transferred video clips from his phone to a protected palace server. He knew he had one chance, only one, to present everything before any further tampering could occur. By the time the day of the Royal Council meeting arrived, tension in the palace had thickened into something almost tangible. Guards lined the halls with a stiffness usually reserved for funerals. Senior courtiers whispered to one another in clipped tones. Edward, clutching a binder of printed documents and the USB drive Charlotte had risked everything to save, walked into the council chamber with the weight of his family's honor on his shoulders. The chamber was a historical relic, carved mahogany walls, a massive central table, and portraits of monarchs watching from every side. But on this day, tradition bowed to confrontation. King Charles III presided at the head of the table, his expression unreadable. Princess Beatrice sat to the right of her husband, torn between loyalty and dread. Eduardo sat poised, immaculate as always, his only weapon, a mask of wounded innocence. Robert Ainsworth looked pale, exhausted, and already halfway broken. Edward spoke calmly. He began by outlining the Sun Fund's financial structure, the offshore transfers, the shell companies, and the exact signatures linking Robert to fraudulent authorizations. He explained how royal budget lines had been quietly eroded, how donations that never existed were reported as philanthropic acts, how funds meant for heritage preservation had instead funded consulting fees to disposable entities set up only months earlier. Then he nodded at the palace technician. The USB was inserted. What happened next would shake Edward more deeply than any act of betrayal he had uncovered during the investigation. The screen flashed. Then it went black. Then a single message appeared in bold white letters. File directory error, corrupted data. Gasps filled the room. Beatrice's hands flew to her mouth. Robert's knees visibly buckled. Edward stared in disbelief. Hours earlier, the USB had been intact. He had checked it himself. Now, the most critical evidence had vanished. Every document Charlotte had risked her reputation, and perhaps her safety to preserve, was gone. Eduardo seized the moment with predatory grace. He rose slowly. He placed a hand on his heart. His voice quivered with emotion as he said, "My uncle has been under immense stress. I understand he believes these things, but to accuse me without proof, it is devastating. I am heartbroken." He turned to the council, eyes glistening. "Please," he whispered, "do not let a good man destroy himself like this." It was a masterclass in manipulation. For a terrifying moment, it worked. Murray-schmers spread across the room. A senior council member whispered to another, "Is Edward truly unwell?" Princess Beatrice's face contorted with confusion and pain. Even the king shifted slightly, caught between the need for fairness and the fear of condemning an innocent man. But where the USB failed, the truth had not reached its end. Edward inhaled slowly. He reached into his coat pocket, pulled out his phone, and connected it to the palace's secure display. No theatrics, no speeches, just a swipe. The corridor video, grainy, dim, but unmistakably real, filled the screen. Eduardo's voice. Robert's voice. The exact phrases Edward had memorized. "The fund is untraceable. Transfer volume is becoming conspicuous. Third-party contribution ideal, undetectable." Silence fell, the kind of silence that ends wars. Across the table, Eduardo froze. His practiced expression broke apart. His composure dissolved into shock. Robert began to shake uncontrollably, his eyes darting between the screen and the man who had led him into ruin. And the council finally understood. Edward had not been paranoid. He had been right. The morning after the video played, the atmosphere within Buckingham Palace shifted from suspicion to solemnity. No longer could the whispers of mental instability protect the guilty. No longer could Eduardo Mapelli Mosey hide behind charm or pedigree. Now, the Royal Council would move from deliberation to declaration. and King Charles III, stoic, measured, and visibly grieved, would deliver a verdict that would echo through royal history. The room was assembled once again, every chair occupied, no champagne, no protocol fanfare. Just silence, golden wallpaper, and the weight of legacy. Prince Edward sat straight-backed, no longer the man under doubt, but the man who had upheld his family's honor through quiet perseverance. To his left, Princess Beatrice sat hollow-eyed, clasping a handkerchief, but uttering no words. Across the room, Eduardo looked pale, but defiant. Robert Ainsworth looked broken beyond recognition. King Charles rose. He did not need to speak at length. The facts had spoken for themselves. With a single, thunderous strike of the wooden gavel, the king declared, "For gross misconduct, abuse of royal access, fraudulent manipulation of charitable funds, and the deliberate erasure of evidence, Mr. Edoardo Mapelli Mazzi is hereby permanently removed from all royal responsibilities, events, and honors. He is to be stripped of his titles, privileges, and is henceforth exiled from the royal institution." A pause. Then, Robert Ainsworth is immediately dismissed from his post as royal accountant and will be referred to the Financial Crimes Bureau for full prosecution. Robert broke down instantly. He began confessing in broken, panicked sentences naming dates, emails, and Eduardo's orders. He wept uncontrollably, gripping the edges of the table as if trying to stay grounded in a reality he no longer controlled. Every word he spoke only tightened the noose around Eduardo's silence. Eduardo said nothing. He did not defend himself. He did not look at his wife. He simply stared ahead, as if disassociating from a truth too complete to fight. His final act of resistance was stillness. Then came the heartbreak. Princess Beatrice rose slowly. Her hands trembled, her eyes swollen from hours of weeping. She looked at her uncle not with anger, but with a sorrowful gratitude. She whispered nothing, but her gaze held a silent, "Thank you." Then she turned to Eduardo, hesitated, and walked alone toward the great double doors, her departure as heavy as exile itself. Security escorted Eduardo away moments later. No cameras, no ceremony. Edward remained seated. The room emptied. He had won. But like all victories in Windsor, it had come at a cost. A niece's heartbreak, a family's fracture, and the grim reminder that sometimes the most painful truths come from within. The storm had passed, but in Buckingham's marble halls and echoing staircases, its silence remained. Prince Edward, long cast in the shadows of louder royals and grander narratives, had emerged not as a revolutionary, not even as a hero in the classical sense, but as something far rarer, a custodian of truth, of integrity, of the monarchy's most fragile currency trust. In the days following Eduardo's banishment, the palace entered a phase of quiet repair. There were no public statements, no press briefings, just quiet nods, reshuffled ledgers, and the unmistakable absence of a name from all future engagements. The royal website, once listing Edoardo Mapelli Mazzi as a royal affiliate, now read simply, "No longer undertaking duties on behalf of the crown." Princess Beatrice withdrew from public life. Those closest to her said she spent long afternoons at St. James's Palace, walking the gardens in solitary reflection. Her loyalty had been fractured not by her uncle's actions, but by her husband's deception. Edward never asked for her forgiveness, and she never blamed him. As for Edward, he returned to his post on the Royal Asset Management Council with quiet focus. No fanfare, no interviews. He declined requests for commendations and turned down a proposal to publish a formal report. "The work is done," he told one aide. "That is enough." Yet something had changed. The very corridors where courtiers once whispered now fell respectfully quiet as he passed. Staff, who had avoided him during the height of the scandal, now nodded with reverence. Even King Charles, reserved as always, began involving him more directly in long-term royal restructuring. The silent prince had earned something rare in royalty, not admiration, but enduring respect. Lady Charlotte Finch, reinstated with full honors, continued her role with renewed authority. Occasionally, she and Edward exchanged knowing glances across meeting rooms. No words, just a mutual understanding. They had walked through fire and come out not burned, but sharpened. Then, one morning, a curious parcel appeared on Edward's desk. No postage, no seal, just a cream-colored envelope with his name and flowing ink. Inside, a single photo. Him, standing at his study window, silhouetted against late afternoon light. Below it, one line typed neatly, "Thank you for keeping the lights on." No signature, no indication of who sent it. But Edward smiled, folded it carefully, and tucked it into a drawer. He did not need credit. He never had, because the monarchy is built not only by those who wave from balconies, but by those who hold the beams steady behind the scenes. Edward, quiet, overlooked, precise, had protected not just a budget, but a crown's moral structure. And as the palace resumed its rhythm garden parties, charity events, diplomatic receptions, he remained where he always had been, in the background, watching.